Section 1. The space between waking and Springfield. There is a specific kind of tired that only comes late at night, when the house has gone quiet and the blue light from the screen is the only thing left burning in the room. Your eyes are heavy. Your thoughts have started to blur at the edges, mixing memory with imagination, half-formed ideas drifting into each other the way clouds dissolve on a warm afternoon. You are not quite awake, but you have not gone under yet. You are in the in-between place. That specific, soft, particular space that belongs to the hours after midnight more than any other hours. And in that particular state, somewhere between awake and dreaming, The Simpsons does something remarkable. It meets you there. Not every episode. Not the ones built on rapid-fire satire or the kind of social commentary that demands concentration and rewards close analysis. But there is a category of Simpsons episode, a specific and strange and luminous category that seems to have been written for exactly this moment. For the quiet hours, for the borderland, episodes where the animation itself seems to slow down and breathe, where the colors deepen and the logic loosens, and Springfield becomes something more like a feeling than a place on any map. These are the trippy episodes. The ones that fans describe not just as funny or clever, but as genuinely strange, as beautiful in ways that are hard to articulate even the morning after, as episodes that leave you feeling like you have been somewhere real rather than just watch something designed to entertain you and move on. And tonight we are going to move through them one by one, slowly, the way you walk through a museum after closing time, when there is no one else around and the lights have dimmed to half, and every painting seems to be looking back at you. This is not a countdown. There is no competition here between moments of strangeness, no ranking of the uncanny. Think of it more as a guided walk. A long, unhurried journey through the most visually extraordinary, emotionally resonant, and quietly surreal corners of a show that has been running for 36 years, and that has produced, in that time, some of the most genuinely dreamlike television ever made by anyone, in any format, in any country. We will start near the beginning. The Simpsons debuted on the 17th of December 1989, and for the first few seasons, it was a show about the specific friction of American family life. Homer worked too hard for too little money, and not hard enough for his family's peace of mind. Marge worried quietly about everything. Bart pushed against every rule he could find. Lisa understood too much and felt it too deeply. These were recognizable people doing recognizable things, filtered through the warm exaggeration of animation and the sharp intelligence of a writing staff that was doing something genuinely new with the television sitcom form. But somewhere around season 3, something shifted. The show began to discover what it could do with space. Not the space between characters in a scene, but the space inside a moment. The long pause before a joke lands. The shot held just a beat longer than necessary, long enough to become something other than a setup. The background details so precise and so strange that it started to feel like a secret message left by the animators for anyone paying close enough attention at 2 in the morning. Season 3, Episode 15, Homer Alone. On the surface, it is a breakdown episode. Marge, exhausted by the relentless demands of her family, has a moment of complete collapse on the Springfield Bridge, stopping traffic for hours before being gently coaxed away by police and sent to Rancho Relaxo, a spa resort where she is going to spend a few days by herself for the first time in what appears to be her entire adult life. The jokes about Homer failing to care for the children without Marge's infrastructure are sharp and funny. Bart and Lisa surviving on cereal in various disturbing combinations, Homer accidentally losing Maggie, who makes her way through Springfield through a series of improbable events and ends up at Patty and Selma's apartment. These are the comedy beats and they work well, but the Rancho Relaxo sequences are something different entirely. Marge arrives at the resort and the episode does something quiet and deliberate. It slows down. The color palette shifts. The hard outlines of Springfield, the yellow skin, the garish blue of Marge's hair in its architectural tower, the sharp angles of the power plant and the DMV, soften into something warmer and more diffuse. The resort is all earth tones and candlelight, and the specific quality of luxury spaces, designed to feel unlike everywhere you usually are. Marge moves through it in something close to a daze. Not unhappiness, nothing as defined as that. A kind of suspended animation of the personality. The part of her that manages and worries and organizes and holds everything together has been given, for the first time in years, permission to stand down. And it is doing so slowly, the way a muscle releases that has been tensed for so long it had forgotten it was tense. She watches television in bed, she eats chocolates, she sits in a hot tub until her hair softens and falls around her shoulders, released from its tower for the first time the show has ever shown us. She sleeps in the middle of the afternoon just because she can. There is no plot in the Rancho Relaxo sequences. Nothing is happening in the narrative sense. Marge is just resting, and the show films it with a gentleness that feels almost reverent. As if the act of a woman being allowed to be still for a few days, to be a person rather than a function, is itself worthy of this kind of quiet, careful attention. The background music is gentle, the animation is unhurried, and the whole sequence has the quality of a good afternoon nap. That particular warmth of sleeping when you do not have to be anywhere, when the light is coming through curtains at a mid-afternoon angle, when the sounds of the outside world are muffled and distant and require nothing of you. This is what trippy means, at its softest. Not psychedelic strangeness, not reality bending and fracturing, though we will get to those. The specific dreamlike quality that comes from a show choosing to go slow when everything around it is designed for speed, choosing to linger, choosing to breathe. Season 4, Episode 3. Homer the Heretic. Homer decides not to go to church on a cold Sunday morning. He stays home. He makes his own pancakes. He dances alone in his underwear, which is a comedy scene and also a scene about a man completely at ease with himself in a way he rarely gets to be. He watches football and falls asleep on the couch and wakes up to find that he has, in the looseness and freedom of a Sunday with nowhere to be, experienced something that feels genuinely transcendent. And then God appears. Not a metaphor, not a dream image. The actual God, face partially obscured because the show draws God without a complete face, just warmth and voice and the specific quality of something vast and patient. The voice is deep and warm and utterly unfrightening. And Homer talks to God the way you would talk to someone you have just met at a party and found unexpectedly comfortable to be around, easily, without performance. The conversation covers the nature of the universe, the optimal number of days for creation, what God personally finds relaxing on Sunday afternoons. Homer is curious and God is patient, and the whole thing proceeds in the tone of a very pleasant afternoon conversation between two entities who have decided, for the duration of a Sunday, to simply talk. This should be bizarre. It should collapse into parody. A cartoon man having a casual conversation with the creator of the universe while lying on a couch in his underwear is the kind of premise that usually destroys itself, but it does not collapse. Because the animation is so warm, so unhurried, so careful about the quality of the light in the room that the whole thing takes on a genuine dreamlike weight. It feels the way certain childhood memories feel, soft at the edges, inexplicably emotional, real in the way that only things that happened a long time ago can be real, half digested by sleep and time until they are less like events and more like impressions. Homer the Heretic is one of the great Trippy Simpsons episodes, not because anything visually strange happens in it, but because the show commits so fully to the emotional logic of a man at rest on a Sunday morning that it transports you there. You can feel the quiet of the house, the warmth of the couch, the half-sleep of someone who has nowhere to be and is, for a few hours, completely free. The episode ends with Homer's house catching fire, which is resolved through the combined efforts of Ned Flanders and a firefighter and a framing device about God working in mysterious ways. It is all very tidy and slightly absurd in the way the show does well. But the memory of it is not the fire. The memory is Homer lying on that couch, talking to God in the morning light, about nothing in particular. That specific quality, a man at rest on a Sunday morning with something vast sitting nearby, is the quality we are going to be chasing tonight. Through 36 seasons and hundreds of episodes, through all the strangeness and all the beauty. Before we go any further, drop a comment and let us know where you are watching from tonight and what time it is where you are. Whether you are in bed at midnight or on a couch at 3 in the morning or somewhere the sun is already coming up outside, tell us. And if you have not subscribed yet, now is a good time, because there is a lot more of this ahead, and it only gets stranger and more beautiful from here. Season 4 also gives us Mr. Plow, which is a perfectly constructed comedy episode about Homer buying a snowplow. But the sequence near the end, where Homer has to drive up a dangerous, icy mountain in darkness to rescue Barney, has a quality of winter, dark and cold, and the specific loneliness of high places at night that sits quietly in the mind after the episode has moved on. The mountain at night is filmed simply: snow and dark sky and the blue-white of ice. Barney's plow, stranded and still. Homer's headlights approaching through the darkness. The cold is in the colors. And the decision Homer makes, to go up that mountain in the dark for a friend, is the show at its most genuinely warm underneath the comedy. Season 4, Episode 22. Krusty Gets Cancelled. Krusty is pushed off the air by a ventriloquist dummy, a comedy episode and a celebrity showcase that moves with the energy the show brings to its most comic entries. But toward the end, when Krusty's comeback special arrives and the old Krusty returns, the genuine comedy talent that has been buried under decades of commodity entertainment making a brief, real appearance, the warmth of that moment is something the comedy around it earns, rather than manufactures. Krusty is funny. When the show lets him be actually funny, when it strips away the apparatus of the Krusty brand and puts him in a room with material that lets him do what he does, he is funny. And watching a character who is usually a symbol of entertainment cynicism suddenly be the real thing, even briefly, carries a particular charge. The comeback is real, within the logic of the episode. The audience responds with genuine feeling, and the warmth of a crowd responding genuinely to something that deserves the response is something the episode captures with care. Season 5, Episode 2, Cape Fear, the Sideshow Bob episode, the rake sequence, the HMS Pinafore. We will discuss all of this at greater length elsewhere tonight, but the quality I want to note here, in this first section, is the quality of the houseboat at night. The family in witness protection on a houseboat on the Springfield River. The water at night. The sounds of the river against the hull. The family inside the small, warm capsule of the boat and the large dark of everything outside. The houseboat is enclosed and intimate, but its enclosure is floating, is surrounded on all sides by something that could receive it and change it. The safety of the inside and the vastness of the outside, in equilibrium. This is a dreamlike spatial quality. You know it from other contexts, from memories of being inside a warm car in the dark while rain falls outside, from the specific comfort of a tent while the weather moves around it, from any experience of a small, warm inside surrounded by a large, cold outside. The houseboat at night in Cape Fear has this quality, and the episode uses it. Season 5, Episode 7, Bart's Inner Child. A self-help guru comes to Springfield and tells the town to be like Bart. Before all of that, Homer buys a trampoline and puts it in the backyard. For about 90 seconds, the show films neighborhood children using the trampoline, coming into frame and going out again, bouncing. The animation is loose and elastic and has something meditative about it. The repetition and the arrival and departure of children and the persistent bounce of the trampoline whether anyone is on it or not. It has a looping, hypnotic quality. Like something designed to be watched at a low level of attention, something that rewards the soft gaze. It is not important to the plot. It does not develop character. It is just children bouncing on a trampoline in someone's backyard on a Springfield afternoon, and the camera watches it happen with the patient attention of someone sitting by a window with nothing particular to do. The trampoline sequence in Bart's Inner Child is a small thing, perhaps 90 seconds. But it carries the specific quality of a summer afternoon in someone else's backyard, and it delivers this without calling any attention to itself whatsoever. Season 5, Episode 15, Deep Space Homer, Homer in Space. The potato chip floating through the weightless cabin of the shuttle while also Sprach Zarathustra plays, the music too enormous for its subject in a way that is funny and also, somehow, exactly right. Homer looking out the window during re-entry at the curve of the Earth. 6 seconds. His face not performing comedy, just looking. Those 6 seconds are where the episode keeps its real content. Everything else is the container for those 6 seconds. Season 5, Episode 20. The Boy Who Knew Too Much. Bart skips school and spends a day in the world without supervision. The free afternoon, Bart moving through a Springfield that is operating at its normal adult pace and is entirely indifferent to his presence, has a quality of particular invisible freedom. He walks. He finds somewhere to sit. He watches things. He eats. He does nothing of consequence for an extended portion of the episode's running time, and the show films this unstructured time with the specific warmth of freedom. If you have ever called in sick when you were not sick, or been somewhere you were not supposed to be on a day when everyone else was exactly where they were supposed to be, the Bart's Free Afternoon sequence knows that feeling. The particular quality of a world that does not know where you are. Homer, the heretic, the Rancho Relaxo sequences, the trampoline, the 6 seconds during re-entry, the houseboat at night. These are the things the show was already doing in its first 5 seasons, before it had developed the full vocabulary of its strangeness. Learning to be still. Learning to hold a moment just long enough for it to mean something beyond the punchline. By season 6, it knew what it was doing and was doing it deliberately. And the best of what it was doing is what we are here for tonight. 2 House of Horror and the permission to be strange. Every October, for 36 years, the rules change. The Simpsons releases its Treehouse of Horror episode, and in that episode, the normal rules of the Simpsons universe dissolve. Characters die and stay dead for the duration of the segment. Reality fractures completely. Things happen that would be impossible to undo in a regular episode. So the show creates a separate space for them, a container for strangeness that can hold anything without breaking the world that surrounds it. In that container, across more than 30 Halloween specials, The Simpsons has produced some of the most genuinely beautiful, genuinely unsettling, and genuinely strange television animation in American history. The Treehouse episodes work differently from regular episodes in a way that is easy to miss if you are watching casually. Regular Simpsons episodes are built on comic logic, on setups and payoffs and character consistency, and the specific satisfaction of a joke that lands. The Treehouse episodes are built on something closer to dream logic. They follow the rules of atmosphere rather than narrative. They are interested in how something feels rather than how it resolves. And because they exist in a space where consequences do not apply, they can be as strange and as dark and as beautiful as the writers and animators want them to be. The very first Treehouse of Horror aired in Season 2. 3 short stories. A haunted house segment. An adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, with Homer as the grief-stricken narrator and Bart as the Raven, voiced by James Earl Jones. A close encounter segment involving aliens. The Poe segment is the one that matters here. Homer narrates The Raven, the actual Poe poem, mostly unaltered, while the animation brings it to life. The house, the storm, the chamber, the Raven itself, voiced by James Earl Jones in a performance balanced perfectly between the sinister and the absurd. The bird sits there. Homer pleads with it. The poem unfolds. Here is the thing about this segment that makes it genuinely trippy rather than merely clever. It takes Poe's grief seriously. The poem is about a man destroyed by loss, using the hallucination of a raven to externalize and interrogate his own refusal to accept that someone he loved is gone. The Simpsons version maps this onto Homer in a way that should be pure parody, but becomes something stranger and more affecting in execution. Homer's grief in the poem, while played partly for the inevitable laughs that Homer in a romantic poem produces, is also played straight. His longing for Lenore is real within the world of the segment. The rain and the darkness are real. The Raven's refusal to offer comfort is real. And the final stanza, the narrator's acknowledgement that the raven of his despair will never leave the room, that the shadow it casts will lift from his heart nevermore, is read with enough weight to land. You laugh at Homer as romantic poet and simultaneously feel, underneath the laughter, the poem working on you the way it always has. The segment uses comedy to lower your defenses and then walks Poe's darkness straight through the open door. Treehouse of Horror 2, from Season 3, Homer's Nightmare. Burns takes Homer's brain and installs it in a robot. The segment is primarily comic, but the image of Homer's brain in a glass case, still thinking, still Homer, still capable of the specific interior life that defines him, despite being completely disembodied, has a science fiction horror quality that the comedy does not entirely diffuse. The brain is the person. If you have the brain, you have the person. And Burns, who has Homer's brain, has Homer in the most complete and most violating sense possible. Treehouse of Horror 3. Dial Z for Zombie. Springfield overrun by the undead after Homer reads aloud from the Necronomicon. The zombie segment has a quality of comfortable horror that the Treehouse format specializes in. Springfield under zombie conditions has the specific texture of Springfield under any conditions: chaotic, communal, organized around the basic social structures of the town even in apocalyptic circumstances. Springfield's people keep being Springfield's people, even when they are undead. This is somehow reassuring. Treehouse of Horror 4, Season 5. The Devil and Homer Simpson. Homer sells his soul for a donut, a deal he makes casually, out loud, to no one in particular. The Devil appears, voiced by Harvey Fierstein, and the specific casting choice is the key to the segment's extraordinary tone. Harvey Fierstein's voice has warmth in it. The Devil, in this segment, has warmth. He is not threatening. He is not sinister in any cold or frightening way. He is more like a very patient businessman who has heard every objection before and has a ready answer for all of them. Homer is brought before a jury of history's greatest villains in a supernatural tribunal that has the energy of a courtroom parody and the aesthetics of a nightmare illustrated by someone with a precise sense of humor. The jury chamber is grand and dark. The villains are themselves but also slightly wrong in the way that dream versions of real people are always slightly wrong. The Devil presides with the comfortable authority of someone who has run this procedure many times, and Marge saves Homer. She produces a photograph. On the back, in Homer's handwriting, is a declaration that his soul belongs to Marge, a gift he gave her when they were young and in love. When the gesture of giving her his soul seemed like the most romantic thing he could conceive of, the Devil is stymied. Homer's soul was never his to sell because he had already given it away, years ago, to the person he loved. The jury dissolves. The case collapses. It is a love story inside a Halloween episode, inside a comedy show, dressed so lightly in its own sentimentality that the sentiment sneaks up on you and lands before you have time to prepare a defense. Treehouse of Horror 5, Season 6, 3 segments: The Shinning, Time and Punishment, Nightmare Cafeteria. The Shinning is a parody of Kubrick's The Shining, with Homer as the caretaker driven mad by isolation and the supernatural forces of Mr. Burns' holiday mansion. Groundskeeper Willie is killed by an axe 3 times during the segment, once by each of 3 different family members, and this running gag is funny every time, which should not be possible. But the segment is also genuinely creepy in ways that deserve more attention than they usually get. Mr. Burns' mansion is drawn with real menace. The long corridors, the specific color of the wallpaper, the rooms that contain things that should not be in rooms, the mirrors that show you things that are not behind you. The animation commits to the visual language of horror with unusual discipline for a comedy. And the sequence where Homer's madness fully establishes itself, where the camera slowly reveals what he has been writing, no TV and no beer make Homer go crazy, repeated hundreds of times across sheet after sheet of paper, has a quality that goes beyond the shining reference it is drawn from. It is about something recognizable, the specific madness of a person who has been cut off from the things they normally use to mediate their relationship with themselves, who has discovered, in the terrible quiet of an isolated winter, that the inside of their own mind is a place they do not particularly want to spend time. Homer's no TV and no beer is funny. It is also true. And by the 5th or 6th page of repeated sentences, you have stopped having a normal comedic response and started having something else, a mild dread that the comedy has not quite resolved. Time and Punishment. Homer fixes a toaster and accidentally converts it into a time machine. He travels back to the prehistoric past and, having been told explicitly not to alter anything, immediately steps on a bug. He attempts to correct this. He steps on another bug. He kills a mosquito. He trips. Each correction produces additional alterations, and each alteration produces a slightly different present when he returns. The segment moves through multiple alternative Springfields with the logic of a dream that keeps almost resolving and then does not. In one version, Ned Flanders is the absolute ruler of Earth, a benevolent dictator whose specific goodness makes everyone around him miserable in the way that being governed by someone genuinely better than you always produces a specific kind of misery. In another version, Homer is wealthy but unrecognized by his own family. In a version that plays as the worst possible outcome, everything seems perfect until Homer discovers that there are no donuts anywhere in the world, and the show plays this with the solemnity usually reserved for actual tragedy. And then the version where everything seems right, except that Flanders' enormous face is visible outside the window, watching, just watching. The segment cycles through these alternatives and Homer cannot find the exact right present. The accumulation of slightly wrong presents has the specific quality of a recurring dream, in which you keep almost getting home and then finding something off, some small wrongness, a door in the wrong place, a person who does not recognize you, and you have to start over. Homer's eventual acceptance that there is no perfect present, that the best he can do is find one close enough, that the exact right version of things is an illusion, says something true about the impossibility of going back and fixing everything. It says this through comedy, through absurdity, through Homer screaming in prehistoric rain. But it says it. Treehouse of Horror 6, Season 7, Homer 3. Homer falls through a portal in his bookcase into a three-dimensional computer-generated world. The CGI animation was extraordinary for 1,995. The three-dimensional Homer wandering through a landscape of geometric shapes and floating equations has aged into something almost archaeological, carrying the warmth of its own technological moment, the specific quality of early CGI that looks handmade and slightly fragile. The segment's emotional core, buried under the technical showcase, is quietly devastating. Homer is alone in the CGI space, completely alone, in a way that Springfield characters almost never are. The landscape is beautiful and alien and entirely silent, except for the faint hum of something geometric and vast. The equations floating in the air around him are real mathematical formulas, included by the animators with genuine accuracy. They have the quality of light through stained glass, beautiful and structured and meaning, something that most people cannot read directly, but that has a quality of meaning that is perceptible even to those who cannot decode it. And Homer wanders through them, calling for Bart, calling for Marge, calling for someone who knows where he is and can come get him. A small, round, yellow man in a space of pure abstraction, surrounded by the mathematics of a world he cannot read, looking for a way home. There is a moment where Homer simply sits. Just sits in the CGI space and looks around. The geometry of it, the floating numbers, the silence. For a few seconds, he stops trying to get back to Springfield and just exists in this other world, and the camera exists in it with him. Homer in the CGI space is a deeply human image dressed in technological novelty. A person dislocated in a space that does not fit them, surrounded by evidence of intelligence they cannot access, looking for home. Treehouse of Horror 7, The Genesis Tub. Lisa creates a civilization in a petri dish by accident. By the time she looks again, the civilization has evolved through thousands of years of culture, science, religion, and warfare. They have built cities, they have built theology, and their theology is built around Lisa, an enormous figure looking down at them through what they experience as sky. The segment performs an inversion. Lisa is God, or the nearest available equivalent, over this tiny civilization. And then Bart shrinks her down into it, and she is a visitor in a world built around the idea of her, a world that has constructed an entire cosmology in her image. The statue they have built of her does not look exactly like her. It looks like their interpretation of her, filtered through the limited understanding of beings too small to see her clearly. This is an image about the gap between a thing and the stories people tell about it, about how stories always filter reality through the storyteller's own limitations and assumptions. The civilization loves something real. What they love is not exactly what they think it is. And yet the love is real. And the image of Lisa, small inside the world that was built for the idea of her, is one the show never explains and does not need to. Treehouse of Horror 8, Easy Bake Coven. The family in colonial Salem. Marge revealed as a witch, and the sequence where Marge flies on a broomstick over a moonlit New England landscape. The colors are deep and cold. Indigo sky, silver moonlight. The bare trees of a late autumn landscape. The moon is enormous, the way the moon is always enormous in images of witches flying, because something about the relationship between the moon and the figure flying across it has been true in art for centuries before The Simpsons was born. 30 seconds. Marge flying, unhurried, above the dark New England countryside. Then the comedy resumes. Those 30 seconds of Marge on a broomstick above a moonlit landscape are the show giving itself permission to be beautiful without apologizing for it. 30 seconds. It is enough. Treehouse of Horror X, Season 11, I Know What You Diddly Italy Did. the segment where the family accidentally runs over Ned Flanders and spends the episode covering up the crime, is primarily a horror parody. But the early fog sequence, the family's car moving through Springfield fog so thick the town is invisible around them, has a quality of atmospheric strangeness that the comedy context does not entirely contain. Springfield in fog is Springfield made into something else. The familiar rendered uncertain, the outlines of the known world dissolved into gray and uncertain shapes. Treehouse of Horror 14. Season 15. Reaper Madness. Homer kills Death and takes his job. The episode plays this as workplace comedy, Death's job as a job with a desk and paperwork and performance reviews. But the visual design of the death sequences has a specific cool elegance that the comedy context does not dilute. Death, rendered in Simpsons style, is still death. The black robes, the scythe, the quality of an entity whose business is necessary but whose clients are never happy to see them. Homer as Death is Homer, with the responsibilities of Death and the temperament of Homer, which the episode exploits well. But the late-night sequence where Homer goes about Death's work, visiting people whose time has come, the mundane and the extraordinary mixed together in the list of the day's appointments, has a quality of quiet inevitability. The comedy sits inside this quality rather than replacing it. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the show at its most formally liberated. Once a year, the rules dissolve and whatever is underneath the rules has permission to surface. The segments that use this permission most completely are the ones that give you something to think about at 2 in the morning. Not anxiety, not dread, but the specific pleasurable unease of ideas that are slightly too big for their comic containers. That is the Treehouse. That is what it is for. And now that we have established what the show can do at its most formally strange, let us go somewhere else. Section 3. Homer's Barbershop Quartet and the Summer That Did Not Happen. Season 5, Episode 1, The Premiere. Homer's Barbershop Quartet. The episode opens at a swap meet held in a Springfield parking lot, with the specific quality that all swap meets share regardless of location. Folding tables and cardboard boxes, objects arranged in no particular order, the people moving slowly through other people's discarded things, looking for whatever it is they did not know they needed until they found it here on a Saturday morning. Bart and Lisa are picking through old records, and they find something that stops them. A record album. The cover shows 4 men in barbershop quartet uniforms. One of them is Homer. The record is by a group called the B Sharps. Bart and Lisa did not know Homer had been in a barbershop quartet. Homer had, apparently, forgotten to mention it. And so the episode unfolds as a memory, a flashback, a summer that the show invented wholesale and inserted into the existing continuity, a summer that happened before the show began or in the gap between seasons, in some quiet fold of Springfield's past that nobody had thought to unfold until now. The summer of the B Sharps. Rather than framing the flashback with the usual Simpsons energy, fast and funny and propulsive, the episode wraps it in a specific quality of remembering. The flashback Springfield is the same Springfield but softer. The same colors but warmer at the edges. The characters are the same but slightly less defended, slightly more open, because this is the past, and the past has a kind of innocence that the present can never quite replicate. The B Sharps form Homer, Apu, Chief Wiggum, and Principal Skinner, 4 men who have nothing obvious in common except that they live in Springfield and can, when the occasion demands it, produce a harmony. Wiggum is replaced early on by Barney, whose voice turns out to be extraordinary. This is a joke about the show's logic. Barney has been a drunk background character for seasons, and it turns out he has the voice of an angel, but it is also something more. Barney in the B Sharps is Barney before the drinking consumed the other versions of himself. When the episode shows him actually singing, with the technical precision and the emotional intelligence of someone who knows what they are doing, there is a quality of lost potential that the show does not underline, but that is visible in the animation. A version of Barney that existed briefly, in a summer when a barbershop quartet was forming and he had the best voice of anyone available. The trajectory of the B Sharps is the Beatles' trajectory, and the episode wears this openly. The early days in small venues, the breakout moment, Carnegie Hall, the Grammy. The period of maximum fame and creative confidence. The creative divergence, in this case Barney's relationship with a Japanese artist whose influence on the subsequent album is blamed, outrageously and affectionately, for its critical failure. The rooftop finale. The B-Sharps, all four of them, performing one last time on the roof of Moe's Tavern while a small crowd watches from the street below. The episode specifies autumn. The light has the specific angle of October, golden and slightly melancholy in the way of light that has somewhere to be and knows it is leaving. They sing. They harmonize in the imperfect, human, lived-in way of real harmony. Not produced harmony, not the polished sound of a professional recording, but four people standing on a roof finding the same note together from different angles. The crowd below listens with the particular attention that people give to the last performance of something that is about to be over. There is a pause in the comedy at this moment. Not a long pause. The show cannot afford to pause for long before the joke reasserts itself. But a pause. The music plays. The light is that autumn light. And the four men on the roof are caught briefly in the amber of a moment that is ending. Then George Harrison appears. His actual voice, his actual cameo, commenting on the performance with the warmth and absurdity of someone who is in on the joke and genuinely enjoys being in it. The joke completes. The comedy reclaims the scene. But before George Harrison, there was the pause. The four men on the roof, in autumn, harmonizing, before the world moved on from them. Homer's Barbershop Quartet is an episode about the summers that disappear. About the things you did that the people who know you best do not know about. About the version of yourself you were, before the version of yourself you became settled into permanence. Homer was in a famous barbershop quartet. He won a Grammy. He stood on a rooftop in October and harmonized in the autumn light while a crowd listened below. And then he went back to work at the nuclear plant, and the children were born and the years accumulated, and the record ended up in a box at a swap meet. The episode does not editorialize about this. It does not tell you how to feel. It shows you the summer, lets you sit in it for 20 minutes, and puts the record away. Season 5, Episode 9, The Last Temptation of Homer. Homer meets a new coworker, Mindy Simmons, who is everything Homer would have designed in a fantasy colleague. She likes eating. She likes sleeping. She likes television. She has no interest in productivity. They are, against all odds and all professional appropriateness, deeply compatible. And Homer, who loves Marge and does not want to do anything that would hurt his family, has to spend the episode resisting a temptation that the show treats with unusual seriousness. The trippy quality of The Last Temptation of Homer is in its dream sequences. Homer, lying awake trying not to think about Mindy, falls asleep in dreams. And the dreams the show gives him are not wish-fulfillment fantasies. They are complicated and ambivalent and haunted by the things he does not want. In one dream, he imagines a future with Mindy, and the future is good. In another, he imagines what Marge would feel, and the feeling is devastating. The dreams work against his desire rather than for it, because Homer's unconscious is more honest than his waking self is willing to be. These sequences are animated with the specific quality of dream animation, slightly more fluid than the show's normal movement, slightly less constrained by the laws of physical space. The colors are a little more saturated, the edges are a little softer. And Homer in these dreams has an expression that the show almost never gives him in waking scenes. The expression of someone who knows exactly what they want and exactly why they cannot have it. The resolution? Homer choosing Marge not because he is forced to, but because he wants to. Because whatever Mindy is and whatever she offers is less than what Marge is and what she offers is played with real conviction. This is the show at its most emotionally precise. Not the broad comedy of Homer's usual relationship to his own desires, but the specific, uncomfortable clarity of someone who has genuinely been tempted and has genuinely chosen. Season 5, Episode 22, Secrets of a Successful Marriage. Homer teaches an adult education class, and in the process reveals private information about Marge that she finds humiliating and hurtful. Their relationship is strained. Homer has to find his way back. The sequence where Homer, having been sent to sleep in the treehouse, calls up to Marge's bedroom window from below in the dark, trying to explain himself, trying to find the words for what he is feeling, trying to bridge the specific distance that comes from having hurt someone who trusted you, has a quality that the show handles with unusual quietness. Homer in the dark below Marge's window, talking upward, Marge at the window, listening. The night around them, the house quiet. The light from her window, the only warmth in the darkness below. It resolves quickly, as these moments in The Simpsons always do. But the image of Homer below the window, in the dark, talking upward to the light, is the show using the visual grammar of romantic pursuit with absolute sincerity. Homer is the person beneath the window. Marge is the person in the light. And the night is everything that separates them. Season 6, Episode 2, Lisa's Rival. A new student arrives at Springfield Elementary who is smarter than Lisa and better at saxophone and more accomplished in all the ways Lisa has defined herself by being accomplished. And Lisa, who has never had to compete for these categories, has to learn what competition feels like. The trippy quality of this episode is in Lisa's responses to her rival, which the show renders with unusual psychological precision. Not comedy precision where feelings are clear and exaggerated, but the specific, unglamorous, uncomfortable precision of being a person who has always been the best at something they care about, encountering someone better. The feelings Lisa has are not admirable. They are jealousy and resentment, and the specific shame of discovering that you wanted to be singular and you are not. And the show gives her these feelings honestly, without rushing to resolve them with comedy or with a lesson. The discomfort is allowed to be what it is for the duration it needs to be, which is longer than most episodes would permit. Season 6, Episode 8. Lisa on Ice. Lisa is failing gym class. The school requires a passing grade in physical education. Marge signs Lisa up for ice hockey. Lisa, surprisingly, turns out to be an excellent goalie. She and Bart, who has been on the hockey team all season, end up on opposing teams for the crucial game that closes the episode. The final moment where Lisa and Bart, facing each other across the ice in the last seconds of the game, decide whether to play to win or to play for each other, and the decision they make is to throw the game, to produce a tie that gives neither of them victory, and both of them their relationship, is played in slow motion. Slow motion in animated television is a choice that carries significant weight because it is so unusual. The Simpsons almost never slows its animation to this degree. When it does, it is making a statement about the gravity of the moment. And the gravity here is not hockey. It is two siblings choosing each other over winning. Season 6, Episode 17. Homer versus Patty and Selma. Homer borrows money from Marge's sisters and ends up working as their assistant at the DMV. Comedy episode, primarily. But the ballet subplot, where Bart enrolls in a ballet class while needing a physical education credit and discovers he is actually good at it, is the episode's most quietly beautiful thing. Bart practices in secret. The animation of Bart practicing shows, gradually and precisely, a body finding its way into the vocabulary of a form, the clumsiness decreasing, the movement becoming more precise, more intentional, more controlled. In the recital, Bart performs in front of his class. He is genuinely good. Good enough that the other students, who should by the social logic of their age and environment mock him, do not mock him, because the performance is too real. He is doing the thing. He is actually doing it. The show returns to comedy almost immediately. The awkwardness of Bart, the ballet dancer, reasserts itself. But the moment of the performance, held for just long enough to be real, carries something the episode does not need to explain. Season 6, Episode 11, Fear of Flying. Marge develops a fear of flying. She goes to therapy. The therapy uncovers a childhood experience that has been the source of her anxiety all along. And the recovery of this memory, the specific moment when the buried thing surfaces into consciousness, is filmed with unusual care. Marge sitting with Dr. Zweig, talking slowly, moving towards something she has been moving away from for years, the image becoming softer and warmer as the memory comes closer. This is a therapy scene in a comedy show, and the comedy does not quite manage to cover what the therapy scene is doing. Marge has something like a breakthrough, and the show films it with respect for what it is. Season 7, Episode 2, Radioactive Man. A Hollywood film crew comes to Springfield to shoot a Radioactive Man movie and hires Milhouse as the sidekick. The film production sequences have a specific quality of a dream about fame, of the specific unreality of being inside something that is usually only observed from the outside. Milhouse in the costume, on the set, surrounded by everything that makes a movie into a movie. He is inside the thing. And the inside of the thing does not look like the outside. The episode's most affecting sequence is the moment when Milhouse walks away from the production. When he decides that being inside the thing is not worth what being inside the thing costs, he does this quietly, without drama, by simply leaving. He takes off the costume and he walks home. The production scrambles. They need their child star. Milhouse is gone, and the final image of Milhouse walking down the Springfield street in the afternoon, the movie set behind him and his ordinary neighborhood ahead, is the image of someone who has chosen their real life over the version of it that looks better from the outside. Season 7, Episode 21, 22 short films about Springfield. This is the episode where the show decides to stop telling a single story and start telling everyone's story at once. The result is one of the most formally experimental things ever produced by an animated sitcom. The premise is stated explicitly within the episode. Bart and Milhouse are watching ants on the sidewalk, and Bart asks what would happen if you followed any of the people walking by. What stories would you find? And then the episode does exactly this. It follows briefly the everyday stories of Springfield's residents, one after another, in vignettes ranging from 30 seconds to about 4 minutes, connected only by the fact that they happen in the same town on what appears to be the same afternoon. There is no through line, no single narrative thread, no convergence at the end toward a single resolution. The vignettes simply happen, as the lives of people in the same town simply happen simultaneously, independently, in proximity, without knowledge of each other. The structure is lifted with affection from Robert Altman's Shortcuts and its model of overlapping Los Angeles lives. The episode knows it is doing something unusual and announces this in its own title. Cletus the slack-jawed yokel has a song, brief, joyful, completely sincere, about the specific pleasures of his life, his many children with their improvised names, his uncomplicated relationship with the world, the happiness of a man who has exactly what he wants and knows it. The segment is filmed with a warmth that the show usually reserves for Homer's moments of genuine contentment, applied to Cletus without condescension. For 2 minutes, Cletus is at the center of the show's attention, and the center treats him well. The famous segment, Superintendent Chalmers arrives for dinner at Principal Skinner's house. Skinner has promised an unforgettable meal. The meal catches fire. Skinner attempts to manage the disaster without alerting Chalmers to the fact that there is a disaster. He buys fast food and presents it as his own cooking through a sequence of increasingly baroque rationalizations. Aurora Borealis. Seen only from this kitchen, in this house, at this time of year. The segment has become one of the most quoted moments in the show's history. The segment with Apu managing the quick E-Mart alone on a busy afternoon. The rush of customers. Too many people. Too many requests. The fraction of a second between each transaction too small for relief. And then the rush ends and Apu is alone, and the store is quiet, and there is a moment very brief, barely acknowledged, where he stops. Just stands there in the quiet. The store around him. The familiarity of it. His territory. In whatever sense a man can have territory he does not own. The pause lasts 3 seconds. Then the door opens, and the next customer arrives. 3 seconds of Apu in the quiet of the quick E-Mart. 3 seconds is enough. The cumulative quality of the episode as a whole, watched in sequence without pausing, is the specific feeling of a city. Of being inside a city and suddenly aware of the enormous number of lives happening simultaneously around you, each one as full and as complicated and as internally consistent as your own, and you are moving through the peripheral edges of all of them. Springfield is everyone's town in this episode. Not in the abstract universal sense the show usually aims for, in the specific personal sense that every character in it is somebody's main character tonight. All of it happening at once. All of it happening on the same afternoon. That is the trippy thing about 22 short films. Not the strangeness of any individual vignette, but the strangeness of the accumulation, the sense of a world so full of simultaneous life that any single story you tell about it is necessarily leaving out most of the story. Section 4, El Viaje Misterioso, The Vision Quest, Season 8, Episode 9. The title translates as The Mysterious Voyage of Our Homer. No title in the history of The Simpsons is more precisely accurate. This is the episode that stands at the center of the show's trippy canon. The one fans of a certain generation describe with a kind of reverence usually reserved for experiences that change something about how they understood the world. The one that changed what people believed a cartoon could accomplish, what emotional and aesthetic registers animation was permitted to reach for. It begins, deceptively, with the mundane. Springfield's annual chili cook-off at the International Chili Festival. Booths and families and civic pride of the specific Springfield variety, genuine in enthusiasm and completely misplaced in object. Marge does not want Homer to come. Homer promises to behave himself. He does not behave himself. He eats the chili. All of it. Booth after booth, working his way through the festival with the methodical determination of someone who has made a decision and is going to see it through regardless of consequences. He reaches Chief Wiggum's booth at the end, which contains the most dangerous chili entry, made with Guatemalan insanity peppers, a variety so extreme that Wiggum handles them with oven mitts, grown in a high-altitude field tended by a Sherpa whose own people fear them. Homer, having prepared his mouth with wax from a candle he found nearby, manages to eat the peppers. He seems fine. He is triumphant. And then the wax melts. And then the world changes. The transition is not gradual. The chili cook-off warps. The crowd becomes abstract. The colors begin to separate from the objects they were attached to. Homer's feet on the ground lose their certainty. He is moving through a space that is no longer Springfield, no longer the physical world as he understands it. The desert, a vast, flat, impossible desert that extends to a perfectly circular horizon in every direction. The sky above is the specific deep blue of a desert at last light, when the sun has gone and the stars have not yet taken over, and the sky holds its last color with a concentrated dignity. The sand is the warm ochre of cooling embers. The air is absolutely still. The visual style of this sequence is unlike anything else in the show's history. Flat geometric shapes, deeply saturated colors, the absence of the black outlines that normally define the show's visual world. These choices were deliberate and precise. The art direction announces from the first frame that this is somewhere different, that the rules of the regular show do not apply here, that we are in a space where the logic is not comic logic or narrative logic, but something else, something closer to the logic of what happens to a mind when the usual controls have been removed. The coyote appears from the darkness at the edge of the firelight. It is voiced by Johnny Cash. This casting choice is the production decision that elevates the entire sequence from excellent to extraordinary, because Johnny Cash's voice is not a voice that belongs to any particular decade. It is a voice that belongs to a quality of American experience, the experience of the road and the desert and the church and the long dark of the night at the edge of music. When Johnny Cash speaks, you feel time. You feel weight. You feel the specific authority of someone who has seen things and has chosen to speak quietly about them, which is the most authoritative mode of all. The coyote speaks to Homer without preamble, without setup, without the comedy that usually surrounds the supernatural in this universe. It speaks with the directness of a dream, with the emotional precision that dreams achieve when they are saying the thing your waking mind will not say. Find your soulmate, Homer. This is the instruction. Simple and enormous. And Homer, hearing it, says without hesitation, "But what about Marge?" The coyote does not answer directly, because the answer is not that Marge is or is not Homer's soulmate. The answer is that Homer has never had to find out. He has lived with Marge his entire adult life without ever seriously asking whether she is the person he was made for or whether she is the person he chose and is grateful for. These two things might be the same thing. They might not be. And Homer has never had to sit in the uncertainty of not knowing, because Marge has always been there and the question has always been an abstraction. The vision is asking him to feel the difference, to go find out. Homer moves through the desert, across its flat surface, past strange objects that appear without explanation. A lighthouse in the middle of nowhere, glowing on a horizon that should not contain it. The coyote runs alongside him, guiding without guiding. The music, composed specifically for this sequence, is spare and eerie and carries the exact quality of music that belongs to the inside of a dream, present but not insistent, there but not demanding your attention, working on you through the edges. Then the vision begins to dissolve at its edges. Homer wakes up face down in a golf course, miles from the chili festival. The world is morning and real and contains no coyotes. But something has changed. The episode's third act handles what happens next with extraordinary care. Homer goes home and tells Marge about the vision. Tells her he needs to know whether she is his soulmate, or whether that concept has simply never applied to him because he never had to find out. He says this sincerely, without irony, with the specific vulnerable directness that Homer almost never manages. Marge does not know what to say, because this is not a conversation that fits inside the normal shape of their marriage. Homer is asking her a question that she has also never had to answer. They separate for an evening, peacefully, not in anger. just in the careful, uncertain space of two people who are each trying to answer a question the other person asked. Homer goes to the lighthouse. The real lighthouse, which exists on the Springfield coast in a location the Vision somehow knew about. He arrives and it is exactly as he saw it in the desert, functional and real. Its light sweeping across the water with the patient indifference of things that have a job to do regardless of whether anyone is watching. And Marge finds him. She came looking, as she always does, and they stand at the lighthouse in the dark and look at each other across the question the Vision opened. The episode does not answer the question. This is its most honest choice. Marge does not say, "Yes, I am your soulmate, the universe confirms it." Homer does not have a revelation that resolves the uncertainty into certainty. They simply find each other at the lighthouse, in the dark, and agree, without saying so in words, to continue, to keep choosing each other, even with the question open, even with the possibility that they are something less than cosmically fated, and even with the possibility that they are something more, and even with the radical uncertainty of not being able to tell the difference. This is one of the most honest endings the show ever wrote. Not because it answers the question, but because it refuses to. The question of whether you are with the right person, the question of whether what you have is fate, or choice, or luck, or some combination of all three, is a question that many long relationships contain, buried under the daily management of ordinary life. The Simpsons found this question and surfaced it through a chili pepper vision quest in the desert, and then, instead of answering it, gave it back to the audience with the acknowledgement that some questions are better lived with than answered. The Guatemalan insanity peppers, the flat geometric desert, the lighthouse, the coyote, voiced by Johnny Cash, telling Homer to find his soulmate and disappearing before Homer can ask anything else. If you fall asleep tonight watching Simpsons episodes, this is the one to fall asleep during. Not because it is boring, because it will meet you in the drift between waking and sleeping and say something true to you in a voice that sounds like Johnny Cash. Season 8 also gives us Homer's Phobia, in which Homer befriends a man named John, and then becomes concerned about what John's friendship might mean, and then has his concerns spectacularly diffused by a sequence involving reindeer and steel mill workers. The episode is warm and smart and has aged better than almost anything else from its season. But the trippy quality I want to note is in the John character himself, voiced by John Waters, who brings to the role a specific quality of enthusiastic, unapologetic self-possession that the show renders with obvious affection. John is comfortable with himself in a way that most Springfield residents are not, and his comfort reads in the episode's visual language as a kind of freedom that the other characters orbit with varying degrees of attraction and resistance. John's shop, full of the kitsch artifacts he collects and sells, has the specific quality of a space organized around a sensibility rather than around function. Everything in it is there because someone loved it enough to want it nearby. The objects are ugly and specific, and the selection of them represents a person's actual taste, which is the most intimate thing a collection of objects can do. The shop scenes have a warmth that the episode's comedy context does not fully account for. John in his shop is John at home in his own taste, and the show films this with the care of something it admires. Season 8, Episode 3, The Homer They Fall, the boxing episode. Homer discovers that the extra cushioning around his brain, the product of years of head trauma and possibly radioactive exposure, makes him able to absorb punches that would floor any normal human being. He does not win fights. He does not knock anyone out. He simply does not go down. He absorbs the punishment and stays standing. The sequence where Dredrick Tatum hits Homer and hits him, and Homer stays standing not because he is fine, but because his body simply does not respond to the damage the way a normal body would. This sequence has a quality that the comedy surroundings cannot entirely diffuse. Homer is being hurt. The damage is real. But his body does not register it as damage, and so he continues to stand, and the fight continues. Moe, watching from the corner, makes a decision. He brings the fan he purchased for this specific purpose and lifts Homer off his feet and out of the ring and into the air, floating him above the crowd toward the exit. The crowd goes quiet. The arena, which was full of sound and movement and the specific energy of a boxing crowd, becomes still. Everyone watches the yellow man float above them toward the exit with the calm of someone being carried somewhere comfortable. Homer floats out of the arena into the Springfield night. The image of Homer floating through the air above a silent crowd carried by a large fan toward the exit of a boxing arena, moving at the pace of a cloud rather than the pace of a person. The show plays this completely straight. No joke. No punchline. No winking acknowledgement of the absurdity. Homer floats. The night is warm. The arena is behind him. Springfield is ahead. That image. That is what we mean when we say Trippy. Season 8, Episode 14. The Itchy and Scratchy and Poochie Show. A meta-commentary episode about network interference in creative processes. Homer voices Poochie, a character inserted into the Itchy and Scratchy Show by network executives seeking to revitalize ratings. Homer has a vision of what Poochie could be that is genuinely touching in its earnestness. He sees in Poochie a character that is cool and relevant, and what he sees is wonderful. To him, privately, in his imagination, the vision exists only inside Homer's head for about 3 seconds of airtime. And it is the best possible Poochie, the one made with love rather than by committee. Then the actual Poochie product appears on screen, and it is what it is. The gap between the dream of the thing and the thing itself is the episode's real subject, dressed in satire. Season 8, Episode 5. Bart After Dark. Bart accidentally damages a house on the edge of Springfield and is sent to work off the damage under the supervision of the house's owner. The house turns out to be a burlesque establishment catering to Springfield's adult population. And the episode's most interesting quality is in the Springfield residents' relationship to this establishment, which turns out to be the one place in town where everyone, secretly, is comfortable. The late-night scenes in the establishment have a quality of warm unreality, of a space that exists outside the normal rules of the town, in the same way the Treehouse episodes exist outside the normal rules of the show. The burlesque house is Springfield's holiday from itself, and the people inside it, relaxed in ways they are not relaxed anywhere else, reveal something about the gap between public Springfield and private Springfield that the show usually leaves unexamined. Season 8, Episode 13. Simpson Califragilistic Expiala Annoyed. Gruntschuss. The family hires a nanny who arrives via umbrella and turns out to be magical. This is a Mary Poppins parody and a fairly affectionate one. The musical sequences have the specific quality of musical sequences in Simpsons parody episodes, which is to say they are well written and performed with genuine commitment and have the capacity to be more affecting than their parody context would suggest. The nanny's departure sequence, the umbrella opening again and carrying her up into the Springfield sky, is filmed with the specific quality the show reserves for moments of genuine magical realism, as opposed to the absurdist logic that usually governs Springfield's departures from ordinary reality. The sky is a particular blue. The umbrella is a particular color against it. And the moment of her leaving has the specific sadness of something temporary that was, for its duration, exactly right. Season 8, Episode 23, Homer's Enemy. We discussed this briefly earlier. The episode introduces Frank Grimes, and it is one of the darkest things the show ever made. Frank Grimes is the man for whom nothing has been easy, self-made through genuine effort and genuine hardship. Everything Homer has, Frank Grimes earned harder and does not have. Everything Homer stumbled into, Frank Grimes could not reach even with both hands. The episode does not explain why. It does not offer a moral framework that justifies the distribution. It just shows you the two men, side by side, and lets the unfairness be what it is. Homer, who has everything despite having done almost nothing to deserve it in the conventional sense. And Grimes, who has done everything right and received almost nothing in return. The episode kills Grimes. This is dark. The funeral scene where Homer falls asleep and laughs at a dream, and the mourners laugh along with him, is one of the most deliberately uncomfortable things the show ever did. And the discomfort is exactly the point. Because the world keeps going. Homer keeps laughing. And Grimes is gone. And nobody in Springfield is quite sure what the lesson was. There is no lesson. That is the lesson. Season 9, Episode 15. The Last Temptation of Crust. Krusty tries to reinvent himself as a stand-up comedian. The moments where Krusty is actually funny, where the real comedian underneath the TV clown persona emerges, have the specific warmth of things the show has been building toward for 9 seasons. The stand-up sequence is the show giving Krusty back to himself, briefly, before the commercial machinery reclaims him. Brief. Warm. The real Krusty, in front of a microphone, being as funny as he can actually be. And then it is over. as real things in Springfield always go over, absorbed back into the product. Section 5. The Springfield Files and the Alien Logic of Season 8. There is a specific kind of episode that The Simpsons produced almost exclusively during seasons 6 through 9. An episode that does not have a name in the critical vocabulary, but that every serious fan recognizes immediately upon encountering it. The episode that does something formally or tonally strange and then commits to that strangeness so completely that the strangeness becomes the show's native language for its entire running time. The Springfield Files is the purest example of this type. Season 8, Episode 10, written by Reed Harrison, directed by Stephen Moore. The episode opens with a parody of The X-Files in all its signature qualities. The cold open in the dark, the grainy night vision footage, the ominous low-frequency score, the typography announcing location and time that the show had made iconic. Then, Homer appears. And the collision between the X-Files' aesthetic language and Homer Simpson produces the specific comedy this episode is built on. But that is only the surface of what this episode does. Homer, walking home alone from Moe's on a Friday night, slightly drunk, takes a shortcut through the forest. And there, in the dark between the trees, he sees something. A figure, glowing, moving with an unnatural calm through the dark spaces between the pines. Its voice, when it speaks, is wrong in the way that things in dreams are wrong. Familiar and unfamiliar simultaneously. Present, but not quite here. Homer runs. The next day, sober, he tries to tell anyone who will listen. Nobody believes him. This is a comedy beat, obviously. Homer's unreliability as a narrator is the foundation of the episode's humor. But the show is also doing something subtler with the disbelief of the people around him. They dismiss the alien because the alien does not fit inside the established categories of Springfield. There is no category for glowing things in the forest. So they apply the nearest available category, which is Homer is drunk, and they move on. Mulder and Scully arrive from Washington. This is a guest appearance handled with more care than most, because the show has written Mulder and Scully not as parodies, but as themselves, transposed into Springfield with all their specific qualities intact. Mulder's enthusiasm, Scully's skepticism, their particular dynamic. They feel real inside the Springfield frame, which makes them funnier than if they had been caricatured. The investigation proceeds. Springfield observes it with the cheerful indifference of a community that has seen stranger things than FBI agents asking questions, which they have, repeatedly. Friday night comes. Homer goes back to the forest. The alien appears again. This time there are witnesses. The crowd that has gathered behind Homer, that has come to mock him and ended up staying because something about his certainty is contagious, they see it too. And then, the reveal. The alien is Mr. Burns. Burns emerging from his weekly medical treatment at the Springfield Clinic, a treatment so intensive, so saturated with radiation and chemicals, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. He wanders out into the woods each week in a dazed, serene post-treatment state, his body luminous, his movements unhurried, his expression, the specific expression of someone who has had something done to them that has temporarily unmoored them from their usual relationship to the world. The crowd does not respond with shock or outrage. They respond with the specific Springfield response to revelations, which is a brief, communal adjustment of understanding and then the resumption of normal operations. Okay, it was Burns. Next week, same time? The joke is that Springfield's resident alien is its oldest billionaire, preserved by chemistry radiating light. The joke is also about how alien wealth looks from outside it, how the very rich, sustained by procedures and treatments and interventions that no one else has access to, maintained in their existence by the infrastructure of their own fortunes, do begin to look like something from another category of being. Burns is not quite human in the episode's visual language. He is too old. He glows. He requires weekly chemical maintenance to continue existing. And he walks through the dark forest in his post-treatment days with the specific quality of something that does not belong to the world it moves through. The Springfield Files is trippy because it takes the aesthetic language of a genre built on the horror of the unknown and shows you that the unknown is something you already know, already live next to, already work for. The alien in the forest is your employer. The light is radiation. The mystery is just wealth, maintained by science, walking home through the dark. This episode lives in the back of the mind after its viewing. not the comedy, which is excellent and satisfying. The image burns in the forest at night, glowing, moving between the trees with the slow certainty of something that has been here longer than most of the things around it, and expects to be here after most of them are gone. Season 8 is also the season of Hurricane Nettie, in which Ned Flanders loses his house to a hurricane, and we discover the psychological architecture beneath his cheerfulness. We discussed this earlier. But the sequence in the episode where Ned snaps, where the person underneath the conditioning emerges with all the force of something that has been suppressed for decades, is one of the show's most genuinely shocking moments. The shock is not that Ned is angry. The shock is the accuracy of his anger. He enumerates, in specific and well-evidenced detail, the flaws of every person who came to help him rebuild his house. Chief Wiggum, your job is protecting people, but you could not keep order in a sensory deprivation tank. Dr. Nick, you treated a blister by removing the patient's foot. And so on. Each accusation is true. Each delivery is precise. And the specific quality of truths delivered by someone who has never been permitted to say them, the energy that accumulated repression gives to honesty when it finally surfaces, makes the sequence terrible and clarifying and strange. Ned in the institution, the psychiatrist explaining the behavioral modification of Ned's childhood. The original Ned, feral and wild and full of the specific unconstrained energy of a child who has not been told to perform anything. And then the conditioning, the long process of producing the Ned that Springfield knows. The kindness as constructed behavior, the patience as learned response, the forgiveness as trained reflex. If you know this about Ned, everything else about him looks different. The show gave you this information in Season 8, and then continued showing you Ned being patient and kind and forgiving, and you cannot unsee the machinery underneath anymore. Season 9. The season the show began, in the opinion of many fans, to shift away from what it had been, the Homer, they fell, the principal and the pauper, which we have discussed at length elsewhere, but also the City of New York versus Homer Simpson, and Lost Our Lisa, and Trash of the Titans, and Natural Born Kissers. Natural Born Kissers. Season 9, Episode 25. Homer and Marge discover that the possibility of being caught, the specific excitement of risk, has revitalized their romantic life. They keep finding themselves in situations where detection is possible, and the risk of detection makes everything sharper. The final sequence, Homer and Marge cornered on top of a hot air balloon in Springfield's Harvest Festival, having lost their clothes in the series of events that led them here, floating above the crowd in broad daylight, visible to all of Springfield. The crowd below responds with laughter, but Homer and Marge, above the crowd, in the sky, in whatever privacy the sky offers, are together in the cleanest way the show has ever depicted them. The balloon is rising. Springfield is receding below. The crowd's laughter is getting farther away. And Homer and Marge, together above the town, in the specific freedom of a space nobody else can easily reach, are simply present with each other. It is a few seconds. The comedy reasserts itself. But the image, Homer and Marge floating above Springfield in the morning, stays. Season 10, Episode 2, The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace. Homer, in a midlife crisis of creative aspiration, becomes an inventor. He builds things. Most of what he builds does not work. But the episode's relationship to creativity, to the specific vulnerability of wanting to make something, to the fear of making something that does not work and having that failure be visible, is handled with more tenderness than its comedy context suggests. Homer sitting in the garage surrounded by his failed inventions, the specific quality of a space given over to ambition that has not yet succeeded. He has not given up. He is between attempts, and the camera stays with him in this in-between space for a moment, before the comedy returns. Season 10, Episode 9, Mayored to the Mob. Homer becomes Mayor Quimby's bodyguard. But what I want to note is the opening, which takes place at a sci-fi convention in Springfield. The convention floor, full of fans in costume, has the specific quality of all convention floors. Dense and loud and enthusiastic in the specific way that comes from a large group of people who are glad to be in the same place as each other. The show moves through the convention with the camera that the show usually uses for Springfield crowds, the one that catches details in the background that reward attention, a costume that is almost right, a conversation that has the wrong energy for its costumes, two people arguing near the merchandise tables in the specific way that conventions generate arguments. Season 10, Episode 14. I'm with Cupid. Valentine's Day in Springfield. Apu, making up for years of marital negligence, organizes an elaborate romantic gesture for Nahasapi Mapetalon that escalates through the episode into something that overshadows everyone else's Valentine's Day attempts. The final gesture, skywriting over Springfield, everyone in town looking up at the same message in the same sky, has the specific quality of public declarations, embarrassing and beautiful simultaneously, the way things that are meant for one person but delivered to everyone always are. Season 10, Episode 16, Make Room for Lisa. Bart and Lisa share a room when Homer rents out Lisa's bedroom to a communications company. Lisa, displaced and resentful, is talked into sensory deprivation therapy. And during the deprivation session, she leaves her body. The sequence where Lisa floats above Springfield in an out-of-body experience, observing the town from above with the calm detachment that comes from being temporarily unmoored from your usual perspective, is one of the quietest, trippy sequences the show produced in these middle seasons. Springfield from above. The grid of streets. The familiar buildings rendered small and clear and without their usual noise. The power plant, at its usual position at the edge of the town, looking like what it is from this height. A human construction on a landscape that was here before it and will be here after. Lisa from above, looking down at the town where she lives, temporarily freed from the perspective of someone inside the town. She sees it as a shape, a pattern. The specific shape of a community in the American grid, a shape that from the inside feels like the whole world, and from above reveals itself as a single arrangement among all the possible arrangements of houses and roads and gathering places that people have been making since people began. Making arrangements. Then she comes back, returns to her body, returns to the room, returns to the specific personal dimensions of a life that is hers and is small and is real. The return to the personal after the overview. This is a feeling you know. The specific adjustment of scale that happens when you pull back from something large and return to your actual life, and your actual life, while smaller, is the one you can feel. Season 10, Episode 23. 30 minutes over Tokyo. The Simpsons go to Japan. The episode is primarily a tourist comedy, and it moves through its Japan sequences with the energy the show brings to location episodes. Enthusiastic, affectionate, somewhat exaggerated in the specific ways of American humor about places that are not America. But the sequences in which Springfield residents encounter the specific aesthetics of Japanese popular culture, the game shows, the technology, the precision and formality of public spaces, have a quality of genuine estrangement, of encountering an arrangement of familiar elements in an unfamiliar order that the comedy uses well. Season 11 contains a cluster of episodes that deal, in various registers, with time and change and the anxiety of a family whose children are growing up while the show's logic insists they are not. The show cannot address this directly, so it addresses it sideways, in episodes that talk about other things but carry the texture of the unaddressed subject underneath. Grift of the Magi. The company that takes over Springfield Elementary builds a new school designed around focus groups about what children want. The school is a commercial operation disguised as an educational one. The episode is a sharp satire of commodified education, but underneath the satire is something about what children actually need and what institutions actually provide, and the gap between these things. Season 12, Episode 9. Homer. Homer has a crayon removed from his brain. The crayon, lodged since childhood, has been physically reducing his cognitive function for his entire adult life. With the crayon removed, Homer's IQ rises dramatically. The episode has Homer suddenly capable of understanding things he has never been able to understand before. Suddenly able to see Springfield clearly, see his job clearly, see his own life clearly, and clearly, in Springfield, is unbearable. He makes a friend. Lisa, who has always been isolated by her intelligence in a town that does not value it. Homer and Lisa, for a few episodes worth of time, can talk to each other as equals. The father-daughter conversation that becomes possible when Homer is smart enough to meet Lisa where she actually is the episode's most emotionally affecting thing, and it is affecting in a way that the comedy around it knows not to deflect. Then Homer has the crayon put back. He chooses to be what he was. The intelligence was real, but Springfield was unbearable, and the loneliness of seeing clearly in a place that cannot see was worse than the comfort of not seeing at all. Lisa writes Homer a note. She thanks him for the conversations they had when he was smart. She says they meant a lot. She slides it under his door. Homer reads it, he cries a little. He does not fully understand what he is crying about. The crayon is already back in place. And then Homer is Homer again. The specific shape of Homer that Springfield can accommodate, and that can accommodate Springfield, not the shape he was briefly, when the crayon was out and the intelligence was present and the world was clear and painful. The note. Lisa writing to the version of her father who existed briefly and understood her. This is the episode's real content, everything else being the delivery mechanism. A daughter reaching across the gap that usually separates her from her father, reaching it when the gap closes for the only time it will close, and putting her gratitude in writing before the gap reopens. The note under the door. Homer reading it and not quite understanding why he is moved. These two images, held together. Section 6. Bart's People, the quiet episodes. There is a category of Simpsons episode that exists in tension with the show's dominant mode. The dominant mode is comic, propulsive, dense with jokes and references, and the specific energy of a writing staff that has never quite forgotten its roots in comedy performance. But the quiet episodes move differently. They breathe, they linger, they carry their comedy lightly, as a vehicle for something that is not primarily about being funny. These are the Bart episodes that are really about something else. The ones where Bart's mischief is the frame around a portrait of something the show wanted to paint without saying it was painting it. Season 1, Episode 7. The Call of the Simpsons. Purely comic, but I want to note the camping sequences, the forest at night, the specific sounds the show assigns to the wilderness around the family's campsite, the fire, the distant animal sounds, the specific intimacy of a family in a tent while the night moves around them. Season 3, Episode 1. Stark Raving Dad. A large Manatee named Leon Kompowski arrives at the Simpson house claiming to be Michael Jackson. He is voiced by Michael Jackson, uncredited. He befriends Bart and helps him write a birthday song for Lisa. The episode is about many things. About celebrity and the fantasy of proximity to it. About how children relate to adult culture, absorbing its figures and making them personal. About the specific quality of certain friendships that are brief and complete in themselves, that do not need to extend beyond their own duration to mean something. But the birthday song is the episode's center of gravity, and it is beautiful in the specific way of simple things done with genuine feeling. Leon and Bart writing the song for Lisa, the words coming from Bart's actual knowledge of his sister, his actual love for her, which he would never express in direct speech, channeled through the structure the song provides. Lisa hears the song. She receives it. And the episode ends with something the show almost never does, with a direct expression of sibling feeling that is not undercut, not played for comedy, not deflected. Bart wrote Lisa a song, and the song was good, and the feeling in it was real. The large man who claimed to be Michael Jackson helped with this. Then he left. The episode does not revisit him. He existed for the duration of his purpose and then moved on, which is what certain people do, and which the show acknowledges without sentimentality. Season 3, Episode 5. Homer Defined. Homer saves the nuclear plant from a meltdown by randomly pressing a button. He is celebrated as a hero. The episode is primarily about the randomness of success, about how hard it is to distinguish competence from luck from the outside, about the specific anxiety of someone who knows their success was not earned. But Milhouse's subplot carries the episode's most affecting moment. Milhouse's new friend from a neighboring town decides that Milhouse is no longer cool enough to maintain the friendship. The parents discuss it on the phone. Milhouse hears his friendship terminated in the language adults use for social transactions, matter-of-fact and slightly administrative. This specific kind of childhood social pain, the friendship ended not through a fight or a falling out, but through a recalibration of social status. The friend who upgrades you out of their life is one of the more precise things the show ever depicted. And the way it depicts it, through Milhouse's face while the adults manage the transaction on the phone, is the show at its most observationally exact. Season 3, Episode 16. Bart the Lover. Bart, in trouble with Mrs. Crabapple, discovers that she has placed a Lonely Hearts ad in the Springfield newspaper. As a prank, He poses as a handsome bachelor named Woodrow and begins corresponding with her. The episode's great achievement is making you feel genuinely for Edna Krabappel. Through the letters Bart writes, through the correspondence that Bart and his family compose together, through the picture they build of this fictional man, whose qualities are really the family's collective ideal of what a good partner should be. Edna falls for someone who does not exist, and the feelings she has for him are real. The episode does not resolve this cleanly. It cannot. Woodrow cannot show up. The correspondence ends. Edna does not know she was writing to her student's family. And the last letter she receives, the final letter that the family composes together, is as kind and generous as a goodbye letter can be. The family sitting around the kitchen table composing this letter together, in the serious collaborative spirit of people doing something that matters, is the show's image of what the Simpson family is at its best. They come together to do good for someone they have been hurting, through genuine collective effort, and they produce something real, something that Edna can keep. Season 4, Episode 12. Marge versus the Monorail. The Simpsons episode that gets the most television play, the one with the catchiest songs, the one that every fan can quote from memory, the monorail, the Music Man structure, Phil Hartman as Lyle Landley. But the trippy quality I want to note is in the monorail itself. Once it is running and Homer is at the controls and the town of Springfield is gathered to watch it complete its inaugural run. There is a moment, before the crisis begins, where Homer is driving the monorail across the Springfield skyline, and the view from the cab is the specific view of being above a town you live in, seeing it laid out below you in its entirety from a height and speed that the town never provides from the inside. Homer, elevated above Springfield, moving through it at speed, for the first time in a position to see its whole shape at once. He does not comment on this. The comedy is too close at hand. But the image is there. Season 4, Episode 18. So it's come to this, a Simpsons clip show. This is the episode that contains the Homer coma incident that we have discussed in other contexts. The clip show format is a production convenience, but the framing narrative, Homer hospitalized, Homer in the coma, is handled with the specific gravity the show reserves for things it takes seriously. The family in the hospital waiting room. The specific quality of hospital waiting rooms, which are spaces outside normal time, where the usual rules of day and night and schedule do not apply, because whatever is happening in the room beyond the waiting room is happening on its own schedule, and everyone in the waiting room is simply waiting for it. The families in hospital waiting rooms are suspended, on hold, in the between time. The Simpson family in the hospital waiting room, waiting for Homer, has this quality. The comedy around the edges, the clip show structure, the gag resolution, but at the center, the specific suspended quality of waiting for someone to come back. Season 5, Episode 4, Rosebud. Mr. Burns wants his childhood teddy bear back. The bear, Bobo, has traveled through decades of American history and ended up, through a series of improbable events, in the possession of Maggie Simpson. The sequence depicting Bobo's journey through history, a silent, continuous tracking shot of the bear moving from hand to hand across decades, carried by generals and celebrities and anonymous civilians, is the show using the language of epic cinema, the long perspective, the sweep across time, to follow an object rather than a person. Objects carry time differently than people do. They hold their form while the world around them changes. Bobo, the teddy bear, looks the same in 1945 as it did in 1908, and the same when Maggie has it. The world moves through its history around the bear, and the bear holds still. The emotional weight of this, of an object holding the form of something felt, of the childhood attachment to a stuffed animal as a container for the specific feelings of being small in a large world, is used in the episode to humanize Burns in a way the show rarely attempts, and that works here precisely because it is not sentimental. Burns wanting the bear back is real. The bear represents the only period of his existence in which he was not powerful, not strategic, not isolated by wealth. He was a child with a toy he loved. He wants to go back to that. He cannot go back. The episode does not pretend he can. The bear is Maggie's now, and Maggie's attachment to it is as real as Burns's was. And the resolution, where Burns does not take the bear, where he leaves it with Maggie, where the small girl and the ancient billionaire are each allowed to keep their version of the story, is the show refusing the easy end in favor of the true one. Bobo, the bear, at rest in Maggie's arms. Burns leaving without it, with the knowledge that it is cared for, that the thing he loved is in the hands of someone who loves it too. The episode understands something true about loss and about objects and about the difference between ownership and belonging. Season 5, Episode 16. Homer loves Flanders. Homer and Ned become friends. This sounds like a comedy episode, and it is, but it is also an episode about the difficulty of friendship between people who occupy very different positions in each other's lives. Homer has resented Ned for years, with the specific resentment of someone who has measured themselves against a neighbor and found themselves consistently lacking. Ned's house is better. Ned's lawn is better. Ned is better at being a father and a neighbor and a Christian and a citizen. Ned does not know that Homer resents him. Ned has never thought of himself as a comparison point. The friendship changes this. Homer, spending time with Ned, discovers that Ned is actually someone he likes. The qualities that made Homer resent Ned from a distance are, in close proximity, just qualities. Not a judgment, not a comparison, just a person. And Ned, who has been genuinely good to Homer for years without Homer's appreciation, and who now has Homer's full enthusiastic friendship, discovers that Homer's friendship is its own specific challenge. Season 6, Episode 3. Another Simpsons clip show, worth mentioning only for the sequence of romantic clips from previous episodes, viewed together in a way that makes visible the show's accumulated emotional logic around Homer and Marge's relationship. Clips from Homer's barbershop quartet, from The Way We Was, from Colonel Homer. The weight of all that shared history, assembled in one place, produces something that individual clips cannot. Season 7, Episode 8. Mother Simpson. One of the greatest episodes the show ever produced. We have discussed it elsewhere in this narration, but I want to return to the ending here because it is the ending I want you to be thinking about as you move towards sleep. Homer discovers his mother is alive. He spends the episode with her. He meets her as an adult for the first time. Hears her story. Understands the shape of the absence that defined his childhood. And then he has to say goodbye again. The FBI is coming. Mona has to run. She hugs Homer. She leaves. And Homer drives to a high point above Springfield and parks his car and sits on the hood and watches the stars. That is the last shot of the episode. Homer sitting on the hood of his car on a hill above the town in the dark, looking at the sky. Not sad in the simple performance of sadness way the show usually handles emotion, something quieter and more real. The specific feeling of someone who has received something they needed and had it taken away before they could fully receive it. The stars do not respond. They are just stars. They are beautiful and indifferent, and they have been there longer than Homer has been alive, and they will be there after. Homer sits with them anyway. In the quiet above Springfield, with the stars. The music under this sequence is plaintive and unhurried, in the specific key of things that will not resolve. And the shot holds, just long enough to be real. Then the credits. No music change. Just the music and the image fading. Mother Simpson is the show treating Homer as someone capable of genuine grief, genuine complexity, genuine feeling that does not resolve into comedy before the credits roll. The rare episode where the ending is just the ending and the ending is sad, and the show trusts you to hold that. Season 7, Episode 24. Homerpalooza. Homer tries to connect with youth culture and cannot because he is not young, and youth culture is not for him. The episode is primarily a satire of 90s alternative culture, sharp and accurate, and loving in the way the show loves things, it is mocking. But Homer at the Hullabalooza Festival, surrounded by a generation whose cultural references he does not share, moving through a crowd that does not see him, has the specific quality of middle age in a young person's space. You know the town. You know how to move through crowds. But the crowd's conversation is conducted in a language you learned the grammar of too late, and the references are to things that happened while you were somewhere else. Homer at Hullabalooza is Homer discovering, for the first time with some specificity, that time has passed, that the culture has moved on, and he is not where it moved to. This is a gentle version of a hard thing. The comedy protects you from the full weight of it. But the image of Homer in the Hullabalooza crowd, visible and invisible simultaneously, real and irrelevant, carries the weight. Season 8, Episode 1. Treehouse of Horror 7, which we have discussed. Season 8, Episode 6. A Millhouse Divided. Kirk and Luann Van Houten divorce. The episode follows the Milhouse family through the dissolution and the specific effect of parental separation on a child who loves both parents and cannot understand why they will no longer be in the same house. Milhouse, navigating two separate apartments, carrying the specific small sorrows of the child of divorce, is handled by the show with unusual directness. The comedy is present, but it does not dominate the episode's emotional register. The episode takes the Milhouse's pain seriously. The B-plot is Homer, watching the Van Houtens' marriage fail, deciding that he and Marge will not let the same thing happen. His attempt to improve his marriage, to renew it before it needs renewal, to create the occasion for appreciation before the appreciation is overdue, is Homer at his most competent. He puts in the work. He shows up. He makes the gesture that is not required but is exactly right. And Marge, receiving the gesture, knowing what it cost Homer to make it and how much it is not in his nature to make it without external pressure, receives it accordingly, with the specific gratitude of someone whose partner did the unexpected thing. The final image of Homer and Marge at the renewed ceremony, surrounded by their friends in the Springfield setting that is their whole world, is the show making visible what it usually leaves implicit: the ongoing choice of a marriage, the daily decision that two people make to keep being what they are to each other. Season 9, Episode 1. The City of New York versus Homer Simpson. Homer goes to New York to retrieve his car. The episode is a New York episode, and everything it says about New York has been complicated by subsequent history. But the visual quality of the New York sequences, the density and energy and the specific character of the city as the show draws it, remains. The montage of Homer moving through Manhattan while Marge and the children do their own version of New York, the two New Yorks, the one Homer is having and the one the rest of the family is having, happening simultaneously in the same city, is the show using montage to say something about how the same place contains entirely different experiences simultaneously? Same city, different days? Both true. Section 7. Cape Fear and the Sideshow Bob Dreamscape. There is a specific category of villain that only animation can produce. A villain so internally consistent, so formally complete as a character, that the episodes built around them feel less like comedy episodes than like formal exercises in a genre they have invented for themselves. Sideshow Bob is this kind of villain. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. Voiced by Kelsey Grammer, who has never been better than he is in this role, in the specific sense that the role has required every quality his instrument possesses: the musicality, the erudition, the capacity for grandeur, the controlled menace, and beneath all of it, a sadness so pervasive and so well managed that it constitutes the character's secret emotional core. Bob is a man of culture and intelligence and genuine talent who has chosen, for reasons the show never fully resolves and does not need to organize his considerable gifts around the destruction of a 10-year-old boy. This is objectively insane. The show knows this. Bob knows this. Bart knows this. And the insanity of it, the grotesque mismatch between Bob's capacities and his ambitions, is the source of both the comedy and the pathos that define the Bob episodes. Season 5, Episode 2, Cape Fear. The family is placed in witness protection after Bart receives death threats from Bob, who has been released from prison. They are relocated to a houseboat on the Springfield River, given new names, told not to speak of Springfield. The houseboat at night is the image I described earlier. The warm enclosure floating on dark water, the small inside and the large outside in equilibrium. But the episode's great formal achievement is the rake sequence. Bob, having tracked the family to their houseboat, boards it under cover of night, intent on killing Bart. He makes his way across the deck. He steps on a rake. The rake hits him in the face. He recovers. He steps on another rake. Another hit to the face, and another, and another. The sequence continues for longer than any comedy bit should be able to sustain itself. Bob stepping on rake after rake with the patient inevitability of a man who has accepted that this is what is happening to him now. The humor accumulates not despite the repetition, but through it. By the 6th or 7th rake, the audience has given up trying to process each hit individually and surrendered to the rhythm of the sequence, the specific music of repeated absurd pain, and the rhythm itself becomes the joke. This is extremely sophisticated comedy. The joke is not the rake. The joke is not even the repetition. The joke is the duration and the specific experience of an audience deciding, somewhere around rake 4 or 5, to simply accept what is happening to them as what is happening to them, and finding this acceptance funny. Then Bob is finished with the rakes. He has Bart cornered. He has at last his opportunity. And Bart says, "Before you kill me, could you sing the entire score of HMS Pinafore?" Bob, who is constitutionally incapable of refusing a request to perform the entire score of HMS Pinafore, agrees. The sun comes up while Bob is singing. The family survives. Bob is arrested again. The specific logic of the resolution, that Bob's love of Gilbert and Sullivan is the thing that defeats him, that his greatest quality is his undoing, is a formal comedy idea and also something truer than it appears. The things we love most are the things that hold us longest. Bob loves HMS Pinafore. The love of it keeps him occupied through the night. The family is safe because Bob's love of something beautiful was stronger, in the moment, than his desire to do harm. The joke is that this is ridiculous. The truth is that it is not. Season 7, Episode 20. Bart the Fink. Bart, trying to get Krusty's autograph on a check, inadvertently exposes him to the IRS. Krusty, whose financial arrangements are more irregular than the IRS finds acceptable, loses everything. He fakes his death. He moves to a tropical island and becomes a version of himself without the apparatus of the Krusty brand. No makeup, no show, no product, just the man. Bart and Lisa find him. The island sequence is filmed with the specific quality of somewhere that is not Springfield. The warmth is different. The light is different. The pace is different. Krusty, without his costume, on a wooden dock above turquoise water, has the specific look of someone who has recently been stripped of the thing that defined them and has not yet decided how they feel about this. He is sad. He is also, the episode implies, more relaxed than he has been in decades. Krusty without the show is quieter, simpler, present in the way that people who have lost the thing they organize their life around sometimes become present because there is nothing else to organize around. They bring him back to Springfield. The comeback episode is a success. The costume goes back on, the show resumes, and Krusty, who was briefly a person rather than a brand, is a brand again. Season 9, Episode 3, Lisa's Sax. The origin story of Lisa's saxophone. A flashback to 1990, to the specific Springfield of a few years before the show's timeline. Homer and Marge are navigating the question of what kind of support to give their brilliant, struggling daughter. Lisa is miserable at school. She is too smart for it, and the school is too ordinary for her, and the gap between what she is and what the environment can accommodate is causing her daily pain. Homer uses the money that was saved for Bart's air conditioner to buy Lisa a saxophone. The sequence where Homer makes this decision, understanding that the saxophone is the right thing for the right person, understanding that Lisa needs this more than Bart needs the air conditioner, and making the sacrifice without drama and without expecting credit, is Homer at his best self, and Lisa plays the saxophone, for the first time, badly, and then better. And then, briefly, in a few notes that the animation holds for a moment, something that sounds like what it will become when she has had years with it. The episode ends in the present, Lisa playing her saxophone on the porch. The specific sound that the show has used to establish Lisa's character since the pilot, familiar and personal, played by a version of Lisa who has had decades with the instrument, who knows it the way you know things you have carried since childhood. Homer giving Lisa the saxophone. Lisa and her saxophone in the years since. These are connected. The gift and the person the gift helped make. Season 9, Episode 5. The Cartridge Family. Homer acquires a gun. The episode navigates the satire of American gun culture with its usual precision and is primarily an excellent comedy. But the sequence where Homer is alone in the house with the gun and finds himself pointing it at things in a way that is immediately recognizable to anyone who has spent time with a new object, the specific tendency to interact with a new thing by doing the thing it is for, the gun that makes Homer feel a version of himself he has not previously been, this sequence is handled with enough real tension that the comedy around it does not entirely diffuse it. Season 9, Episode 13. The Joy of Sect. Springfield is absorbed by a cult. The episode is sharp satire, possibly the best episode of the season, and Hartman as the cult leader is the last truly great Hartman performance before his death ended the character's possible futures. The cult sequences have a quality of warm unreality that is the specific quality of ideological capture. Everything inside the cult is orderly and warm and makes a particular kind of sense. The outside world, which is chaotic and cold and makes a messier kind of sense, is contrasted with this interior warmth in a way that makes the cult's appeal comprehensible. The moment when Homer breaks free is the moment he receives a beer and a football game, which is to say the moment the cult's austerity is confronted by Homer's most basic joys, and the joys win. Homer's resistance to ideology is not principled. It is not political. It is that he really likes beer and football, and the cult does not offer these things. This is both funny and true. Season 9, Episode 25, Natural-Born Kissers, which I discussed earlier. Homer and Marge above Springfield in the balloon, the morning light, the crowd receding below. Season 10, Episode 7, Lisa gets an A. Lisa cheats on a test. The episode is a moral comedy, but the sequence where Lisa, having received the best grade she has ever received on a test she cheated on, has to sit with the specific discomfort of unearned praise, is psychologically precise in the way the show achieves when it takes a character's inner life seriously. The grade is an A++. The school receives a grant because of the grade. Everyone benefits from Lisa's dishonesty. And Lisa, who has organized her self-concept around her intelligence and her integrity, has to navigate a world that is rewarding her for neither. The discomfort is sustained, the comedy around it does not resolve it prematurely, and Lisa's eventual decision to confess is made at real cost rather than as a tidy resolution. Season 11, Episode 5, E-I-E-I-DO. Homer has a habit of challenging people to duels, which nobody takes seriously because dueling is not something that happens in Springfield, until someone accepts. Homer, to avoid the duel, moves his family to an ancestral property that turns out to be a failing farm. The farm sequences. Homer attempting to farm. The specific quality of physical labor that the body is not conditioned for. The aching, the incompetence, the gradual accumulation of small knowledge about what the land requires. Homer is bad at farming and the show does not redeem this through sudden competence. But the farm itself is beautiful in the show's visual language. The fields, the sky above them, the specific morning light of a working farm, the quality of a place organized around growing things rather than around consumption or entertainment. Springfield does not have this quality. The farm, even failing, has it. Season 13, Episode 1, Treehouse of Horror 12. The segment Hex and the City, in which Homer offends a gypsy fortune teller and brings a curse down on the family. The curse sequences are the episode's visual highlight, each family member experiencing their particular curse in a way that reveals something about their character through the specific shape of their misfortune. But I want to note the gypsy's wagon. The interior of the gypsy's caravan, the fortune-telling space, rendered in the show's style but with the specific color palette and density of objects associated with spaces devoted to mystery. The wagon is dark and warm and full. Every surface has something on it. Every object is doing multiple things simultaneously, being decorative, being symbolic, being functional in some capacity the viewer cannot fully identify. Spaces like this, full spaces, spaces where every object has a story, have a specific quality in animation, because animation can fill them completely without the practical constraints of a physical set. The gypsy's wagon is as full as the show wanted it to be, every corner inhabited by something, the specific visual language of accumulated life and accumulated knowledge and accumulated objects in a small moving space. Season 13, Episode 5, The Blunder Years. Homer is hypnotized and forced to confront a childhood memory he has suppressed. The recovered memory, a dead body in the Springfield quarry, leads to an investigation of events from Homer's past. But the hypnosis sequences themselves, Homer falling under, falling back, the specific visual language the show uses for recovered memory, soft and uncertain and lit from the inside in a way that real memory is not, are the episode's most formally interesting element. Season 14 contains some of the show's most interesting formal experiments of its second decade. Season 14, Episode 12, I'm spelling as fast as I can. Lisa competes in spelling bees, and the competition sequences have the specific quality of competition coverage, the tension and the vocabulary, and the specific relationships between competitors that emerge during sustained contests, But the episode's most affecting element is the scholarship offer that Lisa receives to Waverly Hills School, an opportunity she wants, a place where she would be among people like her. And the cost of it, leaving Springfield, leaving her family, the specific cost of advancement that requires departure. The show does not let Lisa take the scholarship. The family needs her home. She stays. And the question of what Lisa gives up by staying, whether it is the right exchange, whether there is a version of this that works differently, is left genuinely open. Season 15, Episode 7. My Big Fat Geek Wedding. The Selma and Skinner wedding episode, primarily comedy. But the segment where Skinner and Patty are alone and Patty tells him, with complete directness, that she knows he does not love Selma, and she knows this because she has been watching her sister be loved badly for a long time, and she can see the difference, is handled with the show's sharpest character writing. Patty, defending her sister, using her specific knowledge of her sister as a weapon, is formidable in a way the show rarely allows. Season 15, Episode 17. My Mother the Carjacker. Homer's mother returns, briefly. The quality of the episodes with Mona is always the quality of brief returns, of something coming back long enough to remind you of what it was and then going again. The relief and the anticipation of its departure held simultaneously, the knowledge that this reunion has an end built into it before it has fully begun. Homer with his mother. Marge watching Homer with his mother, understanding what this means to him, understanding that she cannot be this thing for him, that there is a category of need that only this person meets, and stepping aside for it completely. The specific generosity of stepping aside for something you cannot provide. Marge understanding this without resentment. This is a version of Marge the show rarely foregrounds. Season 18, Episode 3. Please, Homer, don't hammer him. Homer discovers he is good at carpentry. The episode is primarily comic. But the sequences of Homer building things, of a person discovering a physical competence they did not know they had, of the specific satisfaction of making a real object with your hands and having the object be what you intended, are handled with real warmth. Homer at work with wood. The concentration on his face, not the distracted half-attention of Homer at his nuclear plant job, but genuine focused engagement. The object being built from the process. The sequence of steps, each one creating the condition for the next, the work proceeding through its own internal logic toward its completion. Making something. The specific satisfaction of making something. The show understands this satisfaction because the show is itself an act of making, and the people who make it have put their understanding of what making feels like into the work. Section 8. Eternal Moonshine of the Simpson Mind. Season 19, Episode 9. Eternal Moonshine of the Simpson Mind. The title is borrowed from Michel Gondry's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and like that film, it is organized around the reconstruction of memory, around moving through the interior landscape of a mind trying to recover what it has lost. Homer wakes up outside, in the snow, with no memory of the previous day. The house is empty. Marge is gone. The children are gone. The car is in the lake, and Homer does not know what happened. The episode's structure is the structure of memory retrieval. Homer moving through Springfield, gathering pieces of the previous day, each piece generating the next, the sequence of events slowly assembling itself from its scattered components. It is not a mystery episode in the conventional sense. There is no crime, no villain, no external threat to be defeated. The mystery is Homer's own experience, the question of what he did that led to this morning, what he said or did not say, what the empty house means. The visual language changes as Homer moves deeper into the memory. The earlier parts of the remembered day are rendered in the show's normal style. As Homer moves backward in time, toward the part of the previous evening that he most needs to remember and most fears, the animation becomes more fluid, more uncertain at its edges, more dreamlike in the specific way that memories of emotional events are dreamlike, intensified in their feeling and uncertain in their detail. The memory palace Homer enters is Springfield, but not quite. The same geography, the same buildings, the same people, but the light is different. There is a specific quality of memory light. The way recalled images are lit from inside rather than from outside, warmer and more direct than actual light, because memory processes what was important rather than what was there. Homer moves through his own past with the specific disorientation of someone who does not know which parts of what they find are accurate and which parts are interpretation. This is the condition of memory, always. We do not remember events. We remember our processing of events, which is itself subject to our mood at the time of the event, our mood at the time of the remembering, and the accumulated stories we have told ourselves about who we are in the intervening time. The episode holds this truth lightly, as comedy always holds its truths, but holds it genuinely. The resolution, Homer discovering that the previous day was the day of a surprise party Marge had planned for him, that the empty house was the house before the guests arrived, that the car is in the lake because of a misunderstanding rather than a disaster, is the show releasing tension it has built carefully. But before the release, the quality of the search itself, Homer alone in the memory of a recent day, not knowing what he will find, carrying the specific anxiety of a person who has a gap in their knowledge of themselves. We all have these gaps, places in the record that go dark for reasons we do not fully understand. The show gives Homer one of unusual size and unusual location in time, and follows him through it with the particular warmth the show reserves for Homer when it is being honest with him. Season 20, the season that begins to show the show's awareness of its own duration, its own history, the specific challenges of being an institution rather than a show. Season 20, Episode 4, Treehouse of Horror 7X. The untitled robot parody segment is a Transformers parody. The Don't Have a Cow, Mankind segment involves a burger that turns people into mindless conformists. But the It's the Grand Pumpkin, Milhouse segment is the one that carries the most for the purposes of this narration. Milhouse believes in the Grand Pumpkin, a figure based on the Great Pumpkin of Peanuts mythology. The segment plays this belief with complete sincerity. Milhouse sitting in the pumpkin patch, waiting for the Grand Pumpkin to appear, filled with the specific faith of children who have not yet learned to be embarrassed by believing in things that might not be real. The Grand Pumpkin appears. He is real. He is angry. He is coherent. He is furious about humanity's treatment of pumpkins, and he enacts vengeance with the specific logic of a creature who has had this grievance for a very long time. The comedy is good, but the segment is also, quietly, about the specific vulnerability of sincere belief. Milhouse believed in the Grand Pumpkin when nobody else did, and the Grand Pumpkin arrived. This is the show taking a child's sincere belief and confirming it completely, which is not what usually happens to sincere belief, and the confirmation is both comic and touching. Season 21, Episode 2, Bart Gets a Z. Bart's teacher, Mrs. Krabappel, is fired after being caught drunk in class, following a prank that Bart facilitated. Bart feels genuine guilt. This is unusual. Bart's pranks usually produce comedy without personal consequence to him. This one produces consequence, and the consequence is for someone else, and the guilt is real. The episode follows Bart's attempts to make things right, to undo the consequence or at least to acknowledge it. He cannot undo it. The best he can manage is participation in its resolution, which is less than undoing it but more than nothing. Season 22, Episode 11, Flaming Moe. Moe's bar becomes a gay bar after a renovation. The episode is primarily a comedy about Springfield's specific relationship to change, but Moe's arc in the episode, his discovery that the version of the bar he never intended to create is the version that works, the version that produces the energy and community that he wanted from the bar without knowing it, is an episode about finding the good thing by accident and having to decide whether to hold on to it. Season 22, Episode 15, Perfectas. How munched is that birdie in the window? Santa's little helper kills a homing pigeon. The pigeon belonged to a child named Nelson. The episode navigates the aftermath with more care than its comedy premise suggests. Homer trying to explain the death of the pigeon to Nelson? The conversation between an adult and a child about why a pet died, and the specific impossibility of that explanation being adequate to the feeling, is handled with unusual directness. The explanation cannot be adequate. Homer knows this. He tries anyway. Nelson receives what Homer can offer with the specific grace of children who understand more than adults credit them with. Season 23, Episode 5, The Food Wife. Marge and the children become food bloggers. The episode is primarily a satire of food culture, sharp and accurately observed. But the subplot, in which Homer feels excluded from an activity that his family is conducting without him, is handled with the specific sadness of realizing you are on the outside of something that matters to the people you love. Homer wanting to be included, the specific hurt of the person left out of the fun, the group that formed without them, the inside jokes they cannot access. This is a feeling with no age limit. The show gives it to Homer without irony. Season 24, Episode 11, YOLO. Homer, inspired by his friend from childhood who is living his dream, decides to accomplish everything on his own bucket list. The bucket list that Homer writes is Homer's list of desires, the specific and deeply personal inventory of things a person wants before they stop wanting things. It is funny because it is Homer's list. It is also a genuine portrait of what this particular person wants from his remaining time. Season 25, Episode 11, Specs and the City. Homer gives Marge Google glass-equivalent smart glasses. The glasses allow Homer to access Marge's private messages. He discovers that she is complaining about him to a friend in terms that are entirely accurate and that he finds devastating. The episode's most affecting sequence is Homer reading Marge's honest, private assessment of him, reading it with the specific pain of encountering an accurate description of your own failings expressed for an audience other than yourself. There is a difference between knowing something about yourself and reading it in text that was not meant for you. The latter has a clarity that the former often manages to avoid. Homer, reading these messages, encountering the specific ways in which he fails Marge in her private assessment, is Homer confronted with the gap between how he understands himself and how he is understood by the person who knows him best. The resolution is repair. Homer uses the knowledge to be better, which is the ideal use of such knowledge. But the moment of reading, the moment of seeing yourself through someone else's honest private eyes, stays. The show does not rush past it. Season 26, Episode 1, Clown in the Dumps. The death of Krusty's father, played by Jackie Mason in the original episodes and here represented by an archival recording, produces Krusty's grief. The episode handles Krusty's grief with real weight, the weight of a relationship defined by distance and disappointment, by a father who could not accept his son's choices, and a son who spent his career performing to an audience that was never quite the audience he was trying to reach. The funeral sequence. Krusty saying goodbye to his father. The specific words available to someone who loved a parent who could not receive love in the form it was offered. The apology and the acceptance, and the release of something that had been held for decades. Season 27, Episode 2, Q Detective. Homer becomes a barbecue expert. The episode is primarily comic, but the competition sequences have the specific warmth of stories about people pursuing mastery. Homer at the grill, concentrated, making something with real skill. The smoke and the fire and the specific patience of slow cooking, which is unlike most of Homer's relationship with most things. Season 28 contains what I consider the season's most formally interesting episode. Season 28, Episode 11, Pork and Burns. The family adopts a pig. Pets in the Simpsons universe carry a specific emotional weight because they are the members of the household who cannot speak and who therefore carry the family's feeling without deflecting it through language. Santa's Little Helper has been doing this since the pilot. A new animal adds a new channel. The pig sequences have the specific quality the show gives to animals in the Simpsons household, which is a quality of uncomplicated presence. The pig is there. It wants to be near the people it lives with. It does not have a strategy or a project. It is simply in the room with the family, which is its own kind of presence and its own kind of comfort. Season 29, Episode 3. Whistler's Father. Homer discovers he has a talent for whistling. The episode is primarily comic, but the whistling sequences have a quality of music and breath and the specific intimacy of sound made with the body. Homer's whistling is Homer's music, in a family where music belongs to Lisa and the barbershop quartet is 30 seasons in the past. Season 29, Episode 8, Gone Boy. Bart goes missing. The search for Bart allows the show to revisit Springfield from the outside, through the eyes of people looking for someone inside it. The searching sequences are different from the usual Springfield sequences because they carry urgency rather than the town's usual easy momentum. And beneath the urgency, in the brief sequences where the searchers are still waiting for news, there is the specific quality of suspension I noted in the hospital waiting room episode. On hold. In the between time. Not here and not there, waiting for the next piece of information to tell them what to do. Season 30, Episode 4, Treehouse of Horror XXI. The episode's second segment, The Werewolf of Springfield, is primarily a horror parody. But there is a sequence in it. Lisa alone in the school at night, the halls empty, the light inadequate, the specific quality of a familiar space made unfamiliar by the absence of the people who usually fill it, that carries a genuine atmospheric strangeness. Empty schools at night are a specific kind of uncanny. You know the building from its day version. The lockers and the floors and the classroom doors. Everything is exactly where it always is. But without the noise and movement of students and teachers, without the constant social activity that fills a school during its operational hours, the building itself becomes visible in a way it is not when in use. You can see the structure. You can see the material. The building is there, present, the way things you usually use become present the moment you stop using them. Lisa in the empty school at night. The halls lit by emergency lighting, that specific blue-white that institutional spaces use when everyone has gone home. Her footsteps audible in the way footsteps are never audible during the day. The building around her waiting to be used again. Season 31, Episode 6, Marge the Lumberjill. Marge discovers a talent for competitive lumberjacking. The competition sequences are energetic and funny, and the visual design of the lumberjack competitions has an outdoor, clean air quality that sits pleasantly against the usual Springfield interior. Trees and sky, and the specific clarity of air that has not passed through a nuclear plant. Season 32, Episode 5, The 7-Beer Itch. Homer stays home while the family goes on vacation. The episode is a riff on the 7-Year Itch and other films about a person alone in a space usually shared. Homer alone in the family house, his relationship with the house when nobody else is in it, the specific quality of familiar spaces from which the people who usually fill them have temporarily departed. Homer moves through the empty house. He can do whatever he wants. He occupies rooms he usually shares. He is free of the management of others' needs and preferences. And the episode tracks his experience of this freedom with the show's characteristic ambivalence. The freedom is real, and the loneliness of the freedom is also real, and neither cancels the other. Season 33 is where the show hit an anniversary it had not calculated for, and produced a cluster of episodes aware of their own historical position. 33 seasons, the show in its fourth decade. Episodes that contain, in various degrees, the awareness of duration, of what it means to have been doing something for this long, of what it costs and what it gives. Season 33, Episode 13, From Beer to Paternity. The episode explores the history of Moe's Tavern, the history behind the bar itself, the generations of Springfield residents who have been regulars, the specific community that a neighborhood bar sustains across decades. The flashback sequences depict Moe's across different eras. The bar itself unchanged or nearly unchanged, while the world outside it changes continuously. The permanence of the bar as a container for whatever Springfield is going through. People come in with the particular concerns of their decade, they sit at the same bar stools, and Moe is behind the bar listening with the gruff patience of someone who has heard everything and understands that what people need is usually just to be heard. Moe's has this quality in the show. It is the social center of Homer's male friendships, the place where the specific intimacy of men who do not know how to be intimate is conducted through the shared consumption of beer. The bar is the permission to be together. The beer is the excuse. The friendship is what is actually happening. Season 34, Episode 4, The King of Nice. Homer briefly becomes a positive-thinking celebrity. The episode is satire of the positivity industrial complex. But there is a sequence in it where Homer, having spent a week being aggressively positive as a commercial enterprise, has a private moment of genuine sadness, a moment that the performance of positivity cannot cover. The show uses this moment carefully. Homer's sadness in the episode is not about the positivity performance, which he is happy to abandon. It is about something older and more real, the specific sadness of someone who wanted to be more than he became and is not sure when he stopped expecting more. This feeling, the accumulated weight of unrealized expectation, is not something the show addresses often and not something it addresses directly here. It is addressed in the gap between Homer's performed happiness and the expression he wears when the performance stops for a moment. Season 34, Episode 14, Step Brother from the same planet. Bart makes a new friend. The friendship sequences have the specific quality of early friendship, before familiarity has established its habits and everything is still interesting. The new friend is genuinely interesting to Bart, and the show renders the interest precisely. Bart paying the specific attention you pay to someone you do not yet fully understand but want to. Season 35, Episode 3. McMansion and Wife. Homer and Marge consider buying a larger house. The episode navigates the specific anxiety of housing decisions with the precision of people who have thought about it carefully. The larger house is better in many ways. It is also not the house where everything happened, and what the current house contains that the larger house would not is invisible to appraisers but present to the family. The Simpsons house is the show's most consistent image of home. Whatever else changes in Springfield, the exterior of 742 Evergreen Terrace maintains its form, its blue paint, its red tile roof, its specific dimensions. The house is the continuity. The family moves through its crises and its seasons, but the house holds the same shape. Moving is leaving the shape that holds everything. The episode does not have them move. This may be the most predictable decision the show ever made, and the most true. Season 36 contains, in its first 2 episodes, a degree of self-awareness about duration and change, and the specific quality of a show approaching the late innings of whatever it is. The show knows how long it has been running. It has known this for some time, and it is beginning to make peace with this knowledge in its episodes, not through explicit discussion of endings, but through the quality of attention it brings to ordinary moments. The moments Homer and Marge spend together in Season 36 have a quality of consciousness. They are present in them in a way that earlier seasons, with the confidence of unlimited time, did not need to be. This is the gift that duration gives to things that survive long enough. The awareness of the duration makes the present more vivid. When you have been doing something for 36 years, each ordinary moment of it carries the weight of all the previous ordinary moments. Homer and Marge on the couch in Season 36 is Homer and Marge on 36 years of couches. The current couch holds all the previous couches. The current ordinary evening holds all the previous ordinary evenings. This is true of long marriages. The present contains all the past. Each gesture carries the memory of all the previous gestures. Each morning coffee together is every morning coffee together, accumulated. The history is present in the thing, invisible but felt. The Simpsons is 36 years old, and in its 36th year, the couch gag at the opening still plays. Homer still runs in from the right. The family still assembles. The television still turns on, but the assembly has 36 years of assembly in it now. And the people who have been watching since the beginning, who are 36 years older than they were in 1989, feel the weight of all those assemblies simultaneously when the current one plays. This is the deepest trip the show offers. Not the vision quest in the desert, not the CGI dimension, not the treehouse strangeness. The trip of 36 years of the same family in the same house, accumulated until the weight of the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Section 9. Holidays of Future Past and the Gift of the Long View. Season 23, Episode 9. Holidays of Future Past. This episode is, in the estimation of a significant number of serious Simpsons fans, the best episode the show has produced in its second 20 years. It is an episode that earns this distinction through a specific and unusual method. Rather than competing with the classic episodes on the classic episodes' terms, it goes somewhere those episodes could not go. It goes forward. The premise is a flash-forward episode, the show's most ambitious flash-forward to that point. 30 years into the future. Bart and Lisa are middle-aged, Maggie is pregnant with her first child, Homer and Marge are old. The episode is organized around a holiday dinner at the family home, the same 742 Evergreen Terrace, the same blue house with its red tile roof 30 years later. The house has aged. The neighborhood has changed. But the house is the same shape it has always been. Because the house is the continuity. Bart is 40. He is the specific kind of 40 that the episode could only have given him. Bart's adulthood is not redemption, but it is not collapse either. It is the accumulation of Bart's choices, good and bad and sideways, into something that resembles a life. He has children. He has a specific relationship with those children that is legibly Bart's relationship, full of love expressed through transgression, full of the specific emotional awkwardness of someone who did not receive emotional language easily and has had to develop his own vocabulary for it. Bart with his sons, teaching them the specific things Bart knows how to teach. The things his father taught him, and the things nobody taught him, and the things he figured out for himself through the specific education of having been Bart Simpson for 40 years. There is a scene where Bart and his sons go sledding. Winter, the hill above Springfield. Bart at 40, on a sled, with his boys around him. Going down the hill together, cold and loud and fast. And the sequence is filmed with the show's most careful winter color palette. The specific blue of winter sky, the white of snow, the red of Bart's jacket against the white. The shot that holds longest is the three of them at the bottom of the hill, catching their breath. The hill above them, the sky above the hill. Bart's face, not Bart's 10-year-old face, but a middle-aged face with the same basic structure and 30 years more written into it, turned upward. The show does not tell you what Bart is thinking. The image is enough. A man who did not expect to be this, exactly, on this hill, with these children, looking at this sky, experiencing the specific quality of middle-aged happiness that is so different from young happiness. Young happiness does not know what it is. Middle-aged happiness knows, because it has known other things, and the knowing makes it richer and stranger and heavier and better. Bart at the bottom of a snowy hill in Springfield, having just sledded with his sons, looking at the sky. This is the episode's gift to Bart, the gift of adulthood, of consequence, of the specific beauty that only accumulation can produce. Lisa is 38 and brilliant, and settled into the shape of her gifts in a way that the 8-year-old version of her has always been moving toward. She is a scientist or a professor or both, something that uses everything she is, and the using of it has given her the specific satisfaction of work that matches the person doing it. But Lisa has a daughter, Zia, who is somewhere around 8 years old, who is her mother's daughter, in the specific way that means she has Lisa's intelligence and Lisa's moral seriousness and Lisa's tendency to experience the world more intensely than the world is usually designed to receive. Zia is Lisa at 8. And Lisa, now 38, can see herself in her daughter with the clarity of the outside view. The sequence where Lisa tries to communicate with Zia across the gap that Zia is currently on the wrong side of, the gap between an 8-year-old who knows she is different and a 38-year-old who knows how that turns out, is the episode's most precise emotional moment. Lisa cannot simply tell Zia what she knows. This is not how these things work. What Lisa knows, she knows because she lived it, and living it cannot be transmitted through speech. She can only stay. She can only be present. She can only be the demonstration that someone like them can make it through to the other side and find, on the other side, something worth the journey. Zia will have to live it. Lisa knows this. The knowledge is the sadness and the hope held simultaneously. Maggie has grown up in a direction the show has never shown us before, because Maggie's future has always been the most open. She is a musician. She is very good. And she is enormously pregnant, moving through the family gathering with the specific combination of grace and awkwardness of the late stages of pregnancy, and she barely speaks. Still barely speaks. Still the quiet one, still watching. But Maggie, at approximately 30 years old, watching her family with the same enormous eyes she had at 1, is watching a different family than the one the infant version watched. She is watching the family from the inside now, as a full adult member of it, and the watching has 3 decades of context behind it. Maggie's watching is wisdom now. It was always intelligence. Now it is also time. And Marge and Homer. Old Homer and old Marge. The show has imagined them old before, in flash forwards and alternate futures, but this version, the future they arrive at through the specific journey that the show has been conducting for 23 seasons, feels like the real version in a way the others did not. Homer is soft and slow and funny and exactly himself. Age has not removed anything essential. It has added texture, added wear, added the specific warmth of someone who has been loved for a long time and knows it and does not need to perform his awareness of it. Marge has her hair still. Of course. The blue tower, slightly more gray in it now, still the specific architecture of Marge. Her patience has not become resignation. Her love has not become habit in the flattened sense. She still sees Homer the way she always has, clearly and warmly, and without the need to reconstruct or correct him. The kitchen scene. Marge in the family kitchen on a holiday morning, preparing the dinner that the family will eat that night. The kitchen is the same kitchen. 30 years have not changed its shape, only its surfaces, the wear on the counters, the specific accumulation of kitchen life. In a family that has eaten in this room for 3 decades, Marge at the counter, the light through the kitchen window, the smells of the holiday dinner coming, the family upstairs or outside or scattered through the house. Marge in the center of it, as she has always been in the center of it, the specific kind of center that does not need to be named to be present. She is not performing this. She is not managing it or suffering it or resenting it. She is in it, the specific way of being in a thing that comes from having been in it for a very long time and having decided continuously to stay. The sequence is about 40 seconds. The camera is still. Marge moves through the kitchen, doing the things the kitchen requires. The music is gentle and unhurried. It is the episode's most beautiful image, and also its most honest one. This is what a life looks like from the inside. When you are 60-something and making dinner in the kitchen of the house you have lived in for 30 years, not extraordinary, not dramatic, just present, just in it. Just Marge in her kitchen on a holiday morning. Homer finds her there and they are together in the kitchen for a moment, and the affection between them is the old kind. The specific quality of affection between people who have been affectionate toward each other for so long that it has become a physical habit, a lean toward, a hand that finds the shoulder without being directed there. Automatic, not absent of feeling, full of it, just expressed without needing to be performed. Homer and Marge in the kitchen, old, together, in the house. This is the future the show offers as its best possible outcome. Not fame or triumph or resolution of every difficulty. The house still standing, the family in it, the specific warmth of the kitchen on a holiday morning. And then the dinner. The family assembled around the table, old Homer and old Marge at the ends, Bart and his boys, Lisa and Zia, Maggie enormous and quiet and watching. The family portrait that only 30 years can produce. All of them together in the room. The scene is not played for comedy alone. The comedy is present, because the show cannot be the show without it. But the comedy is the surface of something that goes deeper, and the depth is this. All of them at the table, still here. Still this family, shaped by 3 decades of being this family, marked by it and made by it and sustained by it. The dinner, the specific sound of a family dinner. Multiple conversations happening simultaneously. The specific acoustic of a room full of people who love each other and are comfortable enough in that love to talk at the same time. Food passing, plates filling, someone laughing at something someone else said, someone else asking for the thing across the table. The dinner is just the dinner, and it is everything. The episode ends before the dinner is finished. As it should. Some things should not be shown to their end. Some things should be left in their motion, their specific aliveness, rather than shown to their conclusion. The family at dinner, then the cut. 30 years later, 742 Evergreen Terrace. Its blue paint a little faded, its windows lit from inside on a winter evening. The warm light of the house against the cold dark of the Springfield street. Evidence of the family within, visible from outside, the way the warm light of windows has always been evidence of life inside. Holidays of Future Past is the show imagining its own best future for the family it has been building for 23 years. The future it arrives at is not complicated. The family is older. The children are grown. The house is the same. Everyone is at the table. This is enough. This is more than enough. This is the show's thesis, stated here more directly than anywhere else in its history. The family together in the house. That is what all of it was for. Section 10. The floating timeline and what it holds. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. We have walked through the desert with Homer and the coyote. We have sat in Rancho Relaxo while Marge rested for the first time in years. We have watched the bee sharps on the rooftop in October light. We have followed the bear Bobo through decades of American history. We have sat with Lisa in the empty school at night and with Marge in the kitchen on a holiday morning. We have watched Homer float out of a boxing arena on a fan above a silent crowd, moving through the warm night air toward the exit, toward Springfield, toward whatever comes after the night. It is late now. The house is quiet. Whatever is outside your window is happening without requiring anything from you. You are in the good space between waking and sleep, the space that belongs to the specific quality of being very tired in a familiar place. Safe. Still, warm. This seems like the right moment to talk about what the floating timeline actually is. Not as a production decision, not as a narrative strategy, but as the thing that makes The Simpsons the specific emotional experience it has been for 36 years. The floating timeline means that Bart is always 10, and Lisa is always 8, and Homer and Marge are always roughly their mid-30s, and Maggie is always 1. The year changes, the cultural references update. The technology in the background of the scenes advances from tube televisions to smartphones, but the family does not age. They exist in a permanent present, a continuous now, in which all the moments of the show's history are equally immediate. This is sometimes called a limitation. Fans discuss it as the reason the show cannot tell certain stories, cannot allow its characters certain developments, cannot let the children grow up and become adults, and face the specific challenges of adult life. The floating timeline as constraint, but there is another way to understand it. The floating timeline is the show's deepest structural truth. Not a workaround, not a concession. The actual thing the show is about, made visible in its form. Consider what the floating timeline means experientially for a viewer who has been watching since 1989. 36 years of this family? You have changed. You have aged. You have had experiences the show could not have predicted, and losses it could not have anticipated, and joys of the specific kind that only come with time. You are not who you were in 1989. You are not who you were in 2000 or in 2010 or in 2015. But every time you turn on an episode of The Simpsons, they are exactly who they always were. Homer is the same Homer. Marge is the same Marge. The children are the same children. The house is the same house. You have changed and they have not. And in this asymmetry, there is something that the show offers that nothing else can offer, because nothing else has been in continuous operation for long enough to offer it. The Simpsons is a fixed point in a world that changes continuously. The house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is the same house it was when you first saw it. The couch gag plays, the family assembles, the television turns on. Whatever has happened to you since you last watched this show, The Simpsons does not know about it. They are where you left them. They are who they were. They are at the table, in the house, on the same street, in the same impossible town, with its impossible geography and its contaminated water and its ancient billionaire and its three-eyed fish. They are there. They will always be there. This is the trip the floating timeline offers. Not strangeness, not psychedelia, not the fracturing of reality. The specific, profound, accumulating strangeness of something that does not change while you do. Something that holds its form while you are reshaped by experience and time and loss and the specific education of a life. The Simpsons is that thing. And what it holds, in its unchanging form, is the image of a family. A specific and imperfect and real family. A family that yells at each other and loves each other and fails each other and comes back to each other and sits together on the couch and watches television and has dinner and argues and reconciles and goes to bed and gets up and goes to work and comes home. The ordinary of it. The relentless, beautiful, specific ordinary of it. This is what the show has been saying for 36 years. Not through any single episode or any single speech or any explicit statement of intention, but through accumulation, through repetition, through the slow, patient building of a world that is always the same in its essentials, no matter how much it changes in its particulars. The family is the center. The house is the container. The town is the world. That is the whole statement. And if you are lying down right now, in whatever room you are in, with whatever version of quiet or noise surrounds you, the show has one more thing to offer before you go. The thought of the Simpsons house at night, all the lights off except maybe the blue light of a television in the living room, the family having gone to bed, the house in its nighttime mode, the specific quality of a house at night that is full of sleeping people, the breath of the house, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the specific creak of the structure settling. These are sounds of occupation, sounds that tell you the house is inhabited, that the people in it are present, that whatever the day was, the night is safe. 742 Evergreen Terrace, at 2 in the morning. Homer asleep, which is how Homer spends most of his time. Marge beside him turned slightly, her breath slow and steady, the tower of her hair intact even in sleep. Bart in his room with his characteristic disorder, the skateboard leaned against the wall, the comic books in their own particular organizational chaos, Bart himself stretched in whatever diagonal position his 10-year-old body finds comfortable. Lisa in her room with the saxophone on the stand, the books on the shelves, the specific quality of a room occupied by someone who thinks a great deal, the furniture arranged to support thought, and Maggie, in her crib, pacifier in place, those enormous eyes closed. Whatever she is thinking behind them, whatever she knows and has decided to wait to tell anyone, at rest for now. The baby who is not quite a baby, at rest in the Springfield night, the family asleep, the house around them, the town around the house. Springfield, impossible and permanent, and everywhere and nowhere, its cracked cooling towers venting into the night sky, its three-eyed fish circling in their river, its ancient billionaire in his castle managing his diseases by the schedule that keeps him alive, its one honest man tied to a train somewhere at the edge of the map. All of it at rest, or as close to rest as Springfield ever gets, which is not very close, but is close enough. And you are watching it. From wherever you are, from your bed or your couch or your chair, your own house, your own room, your own arrangement of the familiar objects that make your space yours, around you. You and the Simpsons, together in the late hours. As you have been, if you have been watching for long enough, for most of your life, the show did not age. You did. And the not aging of it, the specific constancy of Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie in their house, on their street, in their impossible town, has been offering you something that is very hard to name, and that you probably do not try to name because the naming would diminish it. The something is this. There are things that stay. Not everything stays. Most things do not stay. People leave and places change and relationships shift, and the specific configuration of your life at any given moment is never quite the same as it was at any previous moment. Things go. Things end. Things become other things. But the Simpsons are in the house. They will be in the house next week. They will be in the house in 10 years, if the show continues. And they will be in the house in 20 years if you go back and watch the old episodes, which you can, because the old episodes are there, exactly as they were, in the specific permanence of recorded things. You can go back to season 3 and Homer the heretic is there, Homer on the couch in the morning light talking to God. You can go back to season 7 and Mother Simpson is there, Homer on the hood of his car above Springfield, looking at the stars. These things happened. They are in the record. They are held. The Springfield that exists in the accumulated episodes of the show is a Springfield that contains every version of itself simultaneously. The Springfield of 1989, and the Springfield of 1997, and the Springfield of 2012, and the Springfield of right now, all of them present in the archive, all of them available, the past not gone but stored. This is what the floating timeline offers at its deepest. Not just that the characters do not age, but that the episodes do not either. You can go back, you can return. The house will be there. Homer will be there. The couch will be there. You can always go home to Springfield, whatever home means. Whatever the word does for you, wherever it points, whatever complex of feeling and memory and longing it contains. Springfield is there for the specific component of home that means the place that holds the thing you were before you became what you are now. The place where the versions of you that used to watch this show still live, unchanged, in the way the characters are unchanged. Your 10-year-old self who watched Treehouse of Horror 2 under the covers with the volume low. Your 15-year-old self who watched El Viaje Misterioso and felt something move through you that you did not have a name for. Your 25-year-old self in a new city, in a new apartment on a Sunday night, putting on an old episode because the Sunday quiet needed company. Your 35-year-old self watching it with someone else or your children and explaining what was good about the early seasons. All those versions of you. And the Simpsons, in each of those moments, exactly as they were. The floating timeline is memory, the specific way that the things we have carried a long time stop changing in our minds, fixed at the last moment we attended to them fully, preserved in the amber of repetition and emotion, and the specific warmth of things we have loved for a long time. The Simpsons do not age in the show. They age only in your relationship with them, as you bring more years of yourself to each viewing, as the accumulation of your own life fills the space around the episodes with meaning that was not there when you first saw them. Homer falling asleep at the nuclear plant means something different at 40 than it did at 12. Marge in the kitchen on a holiday morning means something different when you have been in the kitchen on a holiday morning than it did when you had not. The credits rolling on Mother Simpson, Homer on the hood of the car above Springfield, looking at the stars, means something different when you have lost someone than it did when you had not. The show is the same. You are different, and the difference is what makes the same thing mean more each time. This is the final trip The Simpsons offers. Not the desert, not the CGI dimension, not the treehouse strangeness, the specific accumulating trip of loving something across the full length of a life, of carrying it with you, of finding it still there when you come back to it, of discovering in its unchanging form something that changes with you. That means more with time rather than less. That becomes richer as you bring more to it. You are falling asleep now, or close to it. Whatever brought you here tonight, whether you fell into the show by habit or by intention, or by the specific kind of late-night restlessness that reaches for the familiar thing, the thing that has always been there, the thing that does not ask anything of you except that you be in the room with it, you are here. The Simpsons are in the house. You are in your house. And somewhere between the two, in the specific quality of the late-night hours when the mind loosens, and the distance between inside and outside, between memory and present, between here and Springfield, becomes permeable and uncertain, and full of the soft impressions of everything you have ever felt watching this show, sleep is coming. It is coming the way it always comes, without announcement, without transition. One moment you are here, and then you are somewhere else, in the country of your own sleeping mind, which has been listening to everything and has stored it carefully, and will use it in ways you will not remember clearly and do not need to. Let it come. The Simpsons are in the house. The house is on Evergreen Terrace. Evergreen Terrace is in Springfield. Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, on every map and none of them, at the center of the country and at the edge of it and in the middle of a desert and on the coast. Springfield is wherever you are when you close your eyes, and let it. Close your eyes. The family is there. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, the five of them in the house in the town in whatever America means tonight, the power plant venting, the river moving. The stars above the gorge doing what stars do above gorges, which is burn, quietly, without caring who is watching, but beautiful nonetheless, beautiful because light is beautiful regardless of whether it is witnessed. The coyote is somewhere in the desert, waiting for the next lost person to come through. Homer is on the couch, the beer is cold, the television is on. Come home to Springfield. You have always been welcome here. And when you wake up, whenever that is, the show will be there. The family will be in the house will be the same. The couch gag will play, the family will assemble. Homer will run in from the right and something will go wrong in a minor way and the music will swell and the episode will begin as it has always begun and everything will be exactly as it was when you left it. It always is. That is the whole point. Good night, Springfield. Good night, wherever you are. Section 11. The Music of Springfield. A Journey Through the Sound. This section is softer. A descent. By now, you may already be drifting, and this section is designed for that drift, for the specific quality of listening when you are almost asleep, when language becomes sound and sound becomes something that moves through you without requiring attention. The Simpsons has always had a relationship with music that is unusual for a comedy show. Not just the presence of music, all shows have music, but the specific use of music as a structural element, as something that tells you where you are in the emotional landscape of an episode before the dialogue confirms it. The main theme. Composed by Danny Elfman, recorded with the Hollywood Studio Symphony, a piece of music that is instantly recognizable to an enormous percentage of the human beings currently alive on the planet. The main theme is the sound of arrival, of the couch gag completing, of the family assembling, of the show beginning. It has been sounding for 36 years and it has the specific weight of things that have been heard so many times that they have become part of the body. The main theme is in your muscles. You have been hearing it since childhood or since whenever you first encountered the show, and the hearing of it has been layered so many times that it is not heard as music anymore, not entirely, but as recognition, as home, the Alf Clausen era. For 27 seasons, the show was scored by Alf Clausen, one of the most prolific composers in American television history. Clausen wrote original music for every episode, specific thematic material tailored to the specific emotional content of each scene. The result is a score library of extraordinary scope and variety, from the lush emotional strings of Mother Simpson, to the comic brass of Homer's slapstick sequences, to the gentle pastoral themes of the quiet Springfield scenes. Clausen understood that comedy score has to do more work than drama score because it has to carry the emotional content while simultaneously not overshadowing the comedy. The score has to be there and not be there simultaneously. Present enough to guide the feeling, absent enough to let the jokes breathe. The Springfield Files score. The specific eerie quality of the night vision sequences, the low-frequency hum under Homer's encounter in the forest, the specific mode of uncanny that the score establishes before the visual does. This is film scoring intelligence applied to animation, the understanding that music can tell the audience how to feel about something they are seeing before they have enough information to feel about it themselves. El Viaje Misterioso. The desert sequence score is one of the most unusual things the show ever commissioned. Spare, modal, built on intervals that do not resolve in the way Western music usually resolves. The guitar work is dry and precise. The percussion is minimal and specific. The score creates the specific acoustic quality of an open desert at night, the way sound behaves differently when there are no surfaces to reflect it, the way the absence of echo changes what sound means. Homer in the desert. The coyote, voice of Johnny Cash. The score underneath, making room for the voice, supporting the voice, giving the voice space without filling it. This is musical intelligence, the decision not to fill, the decision to leave silence where silence is the right choice. Homer's Barbershop Quartet, the B-sharps performing. The show has always been interested in harmony, in the specific pleasure of voices finding the same note from different angles. The vocal arrangements in the Barbershop episode are properly written, properly performed, carrying the specific warmth of vocal music that exists in the air between singers and listeners. The wedding song from Last Exit to Springfield. Homer's memories of courting Marge, set to whatever version of the song the episode uses for its emotional sequences, the specific connection between a piece of music and a period of life, the way hearing the right music can return you, in a form that is almost physical, to a moment that otherwise would have remained accessible only as abstract memory. You know this. You have a song, or several songs, that do this for you. Music that belongs to a specific period of your life and that, heard now, produces not just the memory but something closer to the experience itself. The specific quality of the feeling, the temperature of the room, the quality of the light. The Simpsons has been producing these songs for 36 years, and if you have been watching for enough of those years, some of them are yours now. They belong to your relationship with the show. The specific warmth you feel at certain notes is the accumulated feeling of every time you have heard those notes in the context of something that moved you, music and memory. The most direct route the brain has to the past. Close your eyes if you have not. Let the music from whichever episode is playing reach you without you reaching for it. The desert is quiet, the stars are burning, the coyote is somewhere at the edge of the firelight. Springfield is asleep, and the music, whatever music the episode you are watching is using, is doing its specific work, moving through the room, moving through you, carrying you somewhere between the show's world and your own, in the specific country that exists between them, in the hours when both worlds are available simultaneously. This country does not have a name. It is the country you enter at the edge of sleep, when the last things you were looking at are still faintly present, still warm at the edges of your closed eyelids, still sending their impressions into the part of your mind that is already beginning to do something else with them. The Simpsons at the edge of sleep. The warm yellow of the characters, the specific blue of the Springfield sky, the red brick of the school, the orange of Homer's shirt, the blue of Marge's hair, the specific green of the power plant against the gray-yellow Springfield atmosphere. These colors are in you now. They have been in you since the first time you saw them, and every subsequent viewing has added another layer of the same specific warmth. You can feel them with your eyes closed. Let them be what they are, Colors, warmth, the impression of a world that has been with you long enough to be yours. The episode you are watching, whatever it is playing. The family is in the house is in the town. The town is in the specific, comfortable, impossible geography of a place that could be anywhere, and therefore is everywhere, including here, including where you are tonight, including the room you are in, including the specific quality of this late hour, including the warmth of the blanket or the weight of the darkness, or the breath of whoever is sleeping nearby, or the particular quiet of being alone. The Simpsons are in all of these contexts because they have always been in these contexts, because this is when people watch them, because the late hours are when the show arrives at its deepest quality. The depth is not in any one episode. The depth is in the accumulation. In the 36 years and the 800 episodes, and the thousands of moments of warmth and strangeness and beauty and comedy and grief, all of it available, all of it stored, all of it yours, in whatever proportion of it you have watched and carried. Springfield does not sleep. It is always awake somewhere in the archive. Someone, somewhere in the world, is watching the episode you watched as a child. Someone is discovering El Viaje Misterioso for the first time. Someone is watching Mother Simpson and has not yet reached the end, has not yet seen Homer on the hood of the car, above the town, looking at the stars. They will see it soon. They will carry it forward. The show moves through time and the people who carry it, and they carry it forward into the future, where other people will discover it, and they will carry it further. The show stays the same. The carriers change. And what the show becomes, across all the people who have carried it, is something larger than what it is on any individual screen on any individual night. What it becomes is this: the longest continuous image of a family that American television has ever produced. The longest running portrait. The most detailed, most contradicted, most imperfect, most loving portrait. The Simpson family. Imperfect and specific and real in the way that only accumulated things are real. Real the way your own family is real. Real the way the past is real. Real the way memory is real, which is the realest way there is. Homer. His bowling ball fingers and his enormous belly and his small eyes that are, when the show remembers to use them this way, capable of a specific warmth that is all his own. Homer, who does not deserve everything he has, and knows it, and does not dwell on this because dwelling is not in his nature. Homer, who loves his family the way he loves beer, completely and without analysis, with the pure, uncomplicated pleasure of something that is simply good and that he is lucky to have. Marge. Her patience, which is not the patience of someone without feelings, but the patience of someone who has decided that the feelings are better managed through patience than through any other available mechanism. Her love, which has a quality of decision about it. The love of someone who has chosen and continues to choose, daily, in the specific renewal of a choice made long ago and recommitted to continuously. Her hair, which is not a joke even though it is a joke, which is the show's image of her. The blue tower that is absurd and specific and completely hers. Bart, 10 years old, for 36 years. The cartoon rebel. The mischief engine. The specific emotional awkwardness of someone who feels things more than he lets on and who has developed an elaborate system of misbehavior to manage the feelings without exposing them. The love for his family that is visible in everything except the words he uses to describe it. Lisa, 8 years old. Brilliant and lonely and moral in the specific way that makes her difficult to be around and essential to the show's heart. Lisa is the show's conscience, which is to say she is the character who asks the questions the show wants to ask and who does not get satisfying answers because the show is honest enough to know that the questions she asks do not have satisfying answers. Maggie, 1 year old, behind the pacifier, watching, the 5 of them, on the couch, the television on, the credits coming. This is the image. This is what stays. The family on the couch, in the house, in the town, in the show, in your memory, in the specific part of your heart that is reserved for things you have loved for a long time. The credits are rolling now, not on any specific episode. On the night, on this long journey through Springfield's strangest hours, on the time we have spent here together. The music is playing, the house is warm, the family is there, you are close to sleep. Let it come. Let the Simpsons carry you the rest of the way. They have been doing it for 36 years. They know the route. They know the country between waking and dreaming. They have been meeting people there for decades. Close your eyes. Springfield is with you. Good night. Section 12. The Long Goodbye Springfield After Dark. You may still be here. If you are, welcome. This is the part of the night where the distinction between watching and dreaming is at its most permeable, where the images on the screen and the images that the sleeping mind produces have begun to speak to each other in the low, slow language of deep rest. This section is the long section, the slow one, the one designed for the specific quality of being almost entirely asleep and not quite there yet. For the specific liminal quality of an hour that is technically very late or very early depending on how you count it, the hour that belongs to neither yesterday nor tomorrow, that is purely itself. This is the Springfield hour, the specific hour when the show is most at home. Think of the episodes you have watched tonight, or have listened to tonight, or that have passed across your vision while your eyes were resting. The accumulation of them, the desert and the kitchen and the rooftop and the houseboat and the hospital and the boxing arena and the hill above Springfield where Homer sat and watched the stars after his mother had to leave. All of those images, all of that accumulated Springfield, the warm yellow of the characters, the specific geography of the town, the cracked cooling towers against the gray-yellow sky, the quick E-Mart and the school and the church and Moe's Tavern and the Springfield nuclear power plant and the river with the three-eyed fish and the gorge that Homer has fallen into on multiple occasions and survived, through the specific indestructibility that the show has, always given him, all of it yours now. In whatever form you are able to hold it at this specific hour, there is a specific quality to loving something for a long time that is worth being conscious of, even at the edge of sleep, even when consciousness is at its most uncertain. The quality is a kind of porousness. A long relationship with something, whether a show or a piece of music or a book or a place, produces a permeability between you and the thing. You stop being entirely separate from it. It has been inside you long enough to become part of the architecture, and you have been inside it long enough to shape it. The show you have watched for years is not quite the same show it was when you first watched it, because your watching has accumulated and has brought accumulated feeling to every viewing. This is true of The Simpsons in a way it is true of nothing else in American television history, because nothing else has been available for long enough, in the specific way The Simpsons has been available, present and returning weekly and unchanging in its essentials, for the relationship to develop this depth. 36 years. If you were 12 in 1989, you are 48 now. The Simpsons have been in your life for 36 of those 48 years, for most of your remembered life. If you were 20 in 1989, you are 56, for more than half of your life. If you are 22 now and have been watching since you were old enough to watch, you are 22 and The Simpsons have been in your life for as long as you can remember. In all of these cases, the relationship is real, not metaphorically real, actually real, in the sense that the things you love and carry and return to are real parts of the structure of who you are. The Simpsons are woven into the fabric of your memory and your taste and your sense of humor and your understanding of what family looks like and what love looks like and what an ordinary Sunday evening in a complicated life looks like. They are yours. You made them yours through years of watching, and they will be there. Next week, whenever you come back to them, the house will be on Evergreen Terrace. The main theme will play. The family will assemble. Homer will run in from the right and something will go wrong in a minor way and the music will swell every time. The same every time. There is an enormous comfort in this that is very hard to articulate to someone who has not felt it. The comfort of the thing that is always the same. The comfort of going somewhere and finding it exactly as you left it. The comfort of returning. You are almost asleep. The show is still on, somewhere. The town is still there. The desert is very still tonight. Very flat. Very clear all the way to the perfectly circular horizon. The fire has burned down to embers. The coyote is somewhere in the dark at the edge of the firelight. Somewhere between visible and not. Somewhere in the specific space where things you have imagined and things that are real exist on equal terms. Johnny Cash is in the dark somewhere. The coyote says, "Find what you love." Homer says, "But I already know." The coyote does not answer. The coyote never has to answer that one, because Homer does know. He has always known. He just needed the desert, needed the peppers and the vision and the flat impossible expanse and the voice in the dark, to say it clearly, to say it to himself. To hear himself say it in the specific way that things become real when you say them out loud to something that is listening. I love my family. That is the whole statement. That is everything there is. And the family is in the house. And the house is in Springfield. And Springfield is in you, in the specific places where the things you have loved and returned to 100 times make their home in the architecture of who you are. Sleep now. You are safe here. The family is in the house. The coyote is watching from the dark. The stars are doing what stars do, which is burn, which is be visible across distances so enormous they make the human scale feel small and also, somehow, more precious for being small. To be small and warm and present in a universe that is vast and cold and mostly empty is the specific miracle that every light in every window represents. 742. Evergreen Terrace is a light in a window. Your window is a light in a window. The stars are burning across distances that make both of these lights tiny, and both of these lights are beautiful. The same beauty, differently sized. The family asleep. The house holding its form in the Springfield night. The archive holding everything that ever happened in Springfield, exactly as it happened, available to you when you wake. It will all be there. It is always there. Go to sleep. End of narrated content. Production notes for 11 Labs voiceover. Recommended voice. Something warm, unhurried, male or female, with a slight late-night quality, slightly lower pitch than conversational. A voice that sounds like it is comfortable being in the quiet hours, not whispering but not projecting. The specific register of someone telling a story to someone who is half asleep and knows it. Pacing. Sections 1 through 4 should be read at a moderate pace, allowing images to land. Sections 5 through 8 can move slightly more quickly through the episode analysis portions before slowing for emotional beats. Sections 9 through 12 should be progressively slower. The final section, Section 12, should be very slow. Significant pauses between paragraphs in the final 3 sections. Pauses. Insert a 1 to 2 second pause after each paragraph break in sections 10 through 12. A 3 to 4 second pause before the final goodnight sequences. A half-second pause at every period throughout. Emphasis. The emotional weight of this script is always in the ordinary words, not the dramatic ones. Do not heighten the obvious moments. Let the specific and small details carry the weight, rather than the large gestures. Volume. Begin at full voice. Reduce slightly beginning at section 9. By section 12, the narration should feel like it is in the room, rather than performing at you. Intimate, present, background music, optional but recommended. Soft, instrumental, preferably drawn from or inspired by the Danny Elfman, Alf Clausen compositional tradition. Something that breathes. Nothing with a prominent melody. Texture rather than theme. Begin at very low volume. Increase slightly in the final 3 sections to support the sleep transition effect. Total estimated runtime at recommended pacing, approximately 3.5 to 4.5 hours, including music and pauses. Section 13. Scenes that play like dreams. There is a category of Simpsons scene that was not designed to be trippy, that belongs to a perfectly ordinary episode, that is surrounded on both sides by comedy beats and plot mechanics, and yet, when you encounter it, you feel the floor of the show shift slightly under your feet. The moment when the show's surface becomes transparent and you can see through it to something that was being held underneath all along. We are going to move through some of these now. Not in any particular order, not arranged by season or significance. Just the accumulation of them, one after another, the way dreams accumulate without concern for sequence. Think of this as the late-night movement through the archive, the random walk through 36 years of moments that hold something in the quiet underneath their comedy. Season 4, Episode 20, Whacking Day, a Springfield tradition involving the ritual clubbing of snakes. The episode is satire, obviously. The specific absurdity of a tradition that is arbitrary and cruel being defended with the energy usually reserved for things that matter. The earnestness of Springfield's investment in Whacking Day is the joke. But the snake sequence, before the whacking begins, the camera moves through the grass near the Springfield River where the snakes are gathered, moving in the specific slow undulation of snakes in warm grass. The natural world operating on its own schedule, completely indifferent to Springfield's plans for it. The snakes in the grass have no awareness of Whacking Day. They are just there, warm in the sun, being what they are. The episode's comedy sets them up as the objects of Springfield's absurd ritual, but the snake sequence itself, the visual quality of snakes in grass and sunlight, has a quality that the comedy context does not entirely contain. Quiet and prehistoric and indifferent. The world that was here before Springfield and will be here after. Season 5, Episode 14. Lisa versus Malibu Stacy. Lisa discovers that Malibu Stacy, the doll she has loved since childhood, says nothing of value when its string is pulled. She decides to create a new doll, one that says things worth saying. She finds the original creator of Malibu Stacy, an elderly woman living alone in a large house, and together they make Stacy Lovell's new doll. The sequences in the old woman's house. The house is large and quiet in the way that houses become quiet when the person who used to fill them is alone in them. The specific quality of a space that was designed for more people than currently inhabit it. The objects of a life arranged around a single person, rather than the family or staff they were originally arranged for. The old woman moving through her own history, surrounded by the evidence of the things she made and the company they brought her, and the distance of all that from where she is now. This is an image that the show gives you quickly, without dwelling on it, inside a comedy episode about a doll. But the image of the old woman in her big, quiet house, at the table with Lisa, making something new again, carries a weight that the comedy around it does not produce. Season 6, Episode 6. Treehouse of Horror V. We discussed this, but I want to return to the time and punishment segment specifically to note the moment when Homer, in a prehistoric rainstorm, has completely lost the thread of which alterations led to which consequences, and simply stops. He stands in the prehistoric rain and holds still. He knows he is going to keep altering things. He knows each alteration will produce a new wrong present. He knows there is no version of this that ends cleanly, and he stands there in the rain for a moment, knowing all of this, before he swats the next mosquito. That pause, that specific moment of Homer in the prehistoric rain, knowing the futility of what he is about to do, and doing it anyway because the alternative is to not do it, and not doing it is somehow worse. This is a moment about the specific human relationship with consequential but inevitable action. The action you know you are going to take, the awareness of its consequences, and the taking anyway. Season 6, Episode 14. Bart's Girlfriend. Bart falls for Jessica Lovejoy, the Reverend's daughter, who is a far worse person than Bart is, and who uses his feelings for her to manipulate him into taking the blame for her thefts from the collection plate. The episode is primarily comic, but the sequences where Bart, genuinely infatuated, follows Jessica with the specific, helpless quality of someone in the grip of feelings they did not choose and cannot manage. The show gives Bart genuine vulnerability in these sequences. Bart, who is usually the agent of disorder, is here the subject of disorder, the person that feelings are happening to rather than the person making things happen. The infatuation is rendered with comic exaggeration and also with real understanding. The specific quality of caring too much for someone who does not care the same amount back, of being pulled towards someone who is using your feelings rather than having them. This is not a children's show experience. It is a person experience. The show gives it to a 10-year-old because 10-year-olds have it too. Season 7, Episode 3. Home Sweet Home Diddly Dum Doodly. The children are temporarily placed in foster care with the Flanders family. The separation sequence, the family separated by bureaucratic action, the children taken away, is handled with unusual gravity for a comedy episode. And the sequence where Bart and Lisa arrive at the Flanders house and discover what it is like to live there, the relentless cheerfulness, the organized, wholesome activities, the forced family Bible time. For Bart, this is a new version of familiar constraints. For Lisa, it is something more unsettling. A household that is doing everything right and producing something she cannot quite inhabit. The Flanders house is good in the specific way that makes you aware of what goodness costs and what it excludes. Season 7, Episode 10. The Race is On. Homer runs against Sideshow Bob in a local political race. Not the episode I want to discuss. I want to discuss the opening sequence, which involves Homer finding a sugar cube on the sidewalk and eating it, and then spending several minutes experiencing the specific quality of a person whose blood sugar has spiked dramatically after a period of insufficient eating, which is a quality the show renders with unusual physical precision. The specific euphoria, followed by the specific crash, followed by the need for more. This 3-minute sequence is the show paying very careful attention to what happens inside a body, which is not something the show usually does. Homer's body, in most episodes, is an instrument of comedy, capable of absorbing extraordinary amounts of damage and continuing to function. But in this sequence, Homer's body is a precise biochemical system responding to a small input with a very legible output. The sequence is funny, but it is also accurate in a way that the show almost never is about the interior experiences of the body. Season 7, Episode 18, Lisa's Date with Density. Nelson, unexpectedly, has a crush on Lisa. Lisa, more unexpectedly, finds herself unable to disregard this. The episode navigates the specific logic of attraction between incompatible people with the precision the show brings to its best character work. Lisa and Nelson watching the stars. Lisa explaining what the stars are. Nelson receiving this information with the specific combination of genuine interest and casual deflection that is his mode. The stars above Springfield. The two of them, 8 and 10, at the edge of something the episode handles with care. Season 8, Episode 12, Mountain of Madness. Homer and Burns are on a company retreat, team-building exercises in the mountains. They end up trapped in a snow-covered cabin together. The cabin, the two of them, the snow sealing them in. The specific quality of temporary forced proximity between people who, in ordinary circumstances, would maintain careful distance. Homer and Burns in the cabin are Homer and Burns stripped of their usual relationship, which is employee and employer, which is irrelevant and omnipotent. In the cabin, they are just two people who need to stay warm. Season 8, Episode 15, Homer's Phobia. We discussed this. The John Waters episode. But the steel mill sequence, Homer and John and the steelworkers in the specific physical intensity of a working steel mill, the fire and the noise and the massive physical labor, rendered in the show's visual style with unusual attention to the specific quality of industrial heat. The steel mill is hot. You can feel the heat in the animation, in the color choices, in the specific quality of the light. Season 9, Episode 8, Lisa the Skeptic. A skeleton is found during construction in Springfield. Lisa argues it is a prehistoric human. The town believes it is an angel. The episode is about the specific conflict between evidence and belief, between what science can demonstrate and what people need to believe. The skeleton. The show draws it with unusual care. A large winged skeleton that has the specific quality of something that could be either a prehistoric unusual creature or a manufactured artifact or an actual angel. The ambiguity is the episode's most honest element. The show does not resolve it cleanly. It resolves it through a reveal that is both comic and unsatisfying, which is the honest resolution for the question the episode raises, which is a question that does not have a clean resolution. Season 9, Episode 12. Bart Carney. Homer and Bart work for a carnival. The carnival sequences have the specific quality that carnivals always have: the close proximity of real magic and manufactured wonder, the specific way that carnival performers exist in the space between ordinary life and performance, their lives, the performance in a way that office workers' lives are not, the Ferris wheel, the specific view from the top of a Ferris wheel, Springfield spread out below, seen from the specific height and motion of a rotating wheel, the landscape made unfamiliar by the familiar motion of the wheel, returning to the same vantage point every 30 seconds, but always with the experience of the wheel's momentum, changing the relationship to the ground. Season 10, Episode 4, Treehouse of Horror 9. The segment Hell to Pay is primarily a comedy horror bit. The segment The Terror of Tiny Toon, in which Bart and Lisa enter the television and interact with Itchy and Scratchy directly, has a quality of animation within animation that is formally interesting. Two visual languages existing simultaneously in the same frame. One the Simpsons style and one the deliberately cruder Itchy and Scratchy style. The segment that I want to note is Starship Poopers. Maggie is revealed to be the offspring of Kang, the alien, which is absurd. But the alien spacecraft sequences, Maggie in the spacecraft with Kang, the spacecraft interior rendered in the specific visual language of science fiction interiors as imagined by 1999 animation, have a quality of cold, blue, enormous space. Maggie, small, in a cold, blue, enormous space, surrounded by something vast and unknown, not afraid, just there. looking around with the specific enormous eyes of Maggie Simpson, taking in the alien interior with the same quality of quiet, watchful attention that she brings to everything, Maggie and the spacecraft. Small and surrounded by vastness, not afraid. Season 11, Episode 14. Alone Again, Natura Diddley. Maud Flanders dies. The character who has been present in the background of the show since the first episode dies in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway. And the episode deals with Ned's grief with a seriousness that the show had not applied to a character death of this significance. Ned without Maud. The house that was full with 4 people and is now full with 3, which is the specific subtraction that is not 1/4 of the whole but something that takes up more space in the loss than its proportion should account for. The specific way a room changes when the person who usually occupied it is absent. The specific way a house changes when someone who was supposed to be there is not. The children dealing with the loss of their mother. The show does this with care, with the specific care of people who understand that children's grief is real grief, not a smaller version of adult grief, grief without the vocabulary for it yet. Grief that has to be managed through behavior rather than through speech. Ned dating again, tentatively, in later episodes. The specific awkwardness of trying to be someone who can be interested in a new person when you were definitively a person who loved someone who is gone. The machinery of grief and continuation, which is not a betrayal but feels like one. Season 12, Episode 6. The Computer War Menace Shoes. Homer discovers the internet and creates a website. The pre-Wikipedia internet, the early 2000s internet with its specific quality of limitless, enthusiastic amateur content, is rendered by the show with fondness and accuracy. Homer's website, Mr. X, which begins as absurdist rumor spreading and becomes accidentally influential, is the show's early engagement with the specific power dynamics of anonymous online publication. The internet gives Homer something he has never had, a platform that responds to him, an audience that is curious about what he says, a version of the world in which Homer's perspective has value, and then it is taken from him, and Homer ends up in a strange island prison that parodies The Prisoner, and the episode goes in a different direction entirely. But those early internet sequences, Homer discovering that he has access to an audience, Homer discovering that the audience wants what he has to offer, the specific quality of being seen by strangers who do not know you and who find you interesting without knowing who you are. This is what the internet promised in 2000, and what it has continued to promise in various forms since. Season 12, Episode 8. Skinner's sense of snow. The school is snowed in. The children are trapped inside with Principal Skinner while the blizzard continues outside. The snow sequences are the show's best rendering of winter. The specific visual quality of heavy, consistent snow, the way it changes everything, it covers and makes the familiar unrecognizable, and makes the inside of a building more clearly inside, by making the outside more clearly outside. Skinner and the children in the snowed-in school. The siege quality of it, the resources depleting slowly, the specific psychology of a group of people confined together by weather, the alliances and conflicts and the strange intimacies that develop between people who are stuck in the same place. The show uses this for comedy, but the snow continues, outside, patient, and indifferent, covering Springfield with the specific equality of weather that treats every surface the same. Season 13, Episode 3. Homer the Moe. Moe renovates the bar into a trendy establishment. The old regulars do not fit in the new establishment. The new crowd does not understand what the old crowd found there. The renovation episode is a comedy about gentrification and authenticity, handled with the usual precision. But the sequence where the old regulars, displaced from Moe's, gather in Homer's garage and recreate the specific conditions of the bar in the garage space, the specific community that a neighborhood bar sustains, the specific ritual of gathering in the same place at the same time with the same people, is portable. The place matters, but it is not the only thing. The gathering is the thing. The people are the thing. Homer's garage as Moe's tavern surrogate. The same conversations, the same dynamics, the same beer, approximately. The same particular warmth of men who do not know how to be intimate being intimate through proximity. Season 13, Episode 6. She of Little Faith. Lisa converts to Buddhism after Springfield's church becomes too commercial. The episode is sharp about the commercial pressure on religious institutions and warm about Lisa's genuine spiritual search, her need for a framework that matches her inner life. The Buddhist temple sequences, the specific quality of the temple space, the stillness of it, the specific relationship between space and silence that Buddhist temples in the show and in reality maintain. Lisa in the temple, for the first time, in a space that accommodates her without asking her to be smaller or simpler or less. The feeling of finding the right space, the specific relief of a place that fits. Season 14, Episode 2, How I Spent My Strummer Vacation. Homer joins a rock and roll fantasy camp. The camp sequences have the specific quality of adult wish fulfillment, of people who grew up loving rock music being placed, briefly, inside the conditions that produced the music they loved. The concert. The middle-aged men performing in front of an audience. The specific quality of people doing the thing they always wanted to do, not perfectly, not professionally, but actually, with real instruments and real sound and a real crowd that is listening. The gap between the fantasy and the execution. The execution happening anyway and being its own thing, not the fantasy but something real. Season 14, Episode 4, Large Marge. Marge gets breast augmentation for cosmetic reasons, a result of a medical accident. The episode is primarily comic but contains, in its early sections, sequences about Marge's relationship with her own body that are handled with more directness than the show's usual mode. Marge looking in the mirror. The specific quality of the relationship between a person and their reflection, the gap between what you see and what you are, the way the mirror never shows you what you expected. This is a universal experience delivered in Marge's specific context, and the show does not editorialize about it. Marge looks. What she sees produces a feeling. The feeling is hers. The show is present with it, without adjudicating. Season 16, Episode 1, Treehouse of Horror XV. The segment, In the Belly of the Boss, involves Homer being miniaturized and injected into Mr. Burns's body. The interior of Burns's body, rendered in the show's visual style with the specific quality of the biological interior, the warmth and moisture and constant activity of a living system, is one of the more formally unusual visual environments the show has produced. Burns's body from the inside, the machinery of his specific, medically unusual existence rendered at the cellular level. The radiation treatments that sustain him visible in the specific quality of the cells themselves, different from normal cells, adapted by decades of extraordinary chemical exposure. The interior landscape of the most unusual body in Springfield. Warm and strange and alive in its particular way. Season 17, Episode 4, Treehouse of Horror 16. The segment BI, Bartificial Intelligence, involves Bart being replaced in the family's affections by a robot boy. The robot is better at being a son than Bart is, in the specific ways that can be measured: cleaner, quieter, better behaved, lower maintenance. Bart, observing this, faces the specific anxiety of the person who has been replaced by something more convenient. The episode plays this for comedy. But the image of Bart watching the family interact with his replacement, watching them receive from a robot child what they usually receive from him, watching himself made redundant by a better engineered version of his functions, is darker underneath the comedy. And Bart's response: to become what the robot cannot be, to do the specifically Bart things, the imperfect and inconvenient and specifically human things, that the robot cannot replicate because the robot has not been shaped by 10 years of being Bart. The thing only you can do, by virtue of being you. Season 19, Episode 1, He Loves to Fly, and He D's. Homer meets a very wealthy man named Colby, who shows Homer what it would be like to be rich, to have everything done for you, to live without friction. Homer is seduced by this vision, and then he has to return to his actual life. The return to the actual life. After the vision of another life. The specific adjustment of coming back to what you have from the vision of what you could have, and finding what you have to be exactly what it is and not more or less. This adjustment is experienced by the show's characters often, because the show often puts characters in contact with versions of their lives that are better in some ways and requires them to return. The return is always the real story. The vision is the setup. What you do when you come back from the vision of the other life. That is the episode. Homer comes back. He comes back to his house and his family and his job and his particular, modest, ordinary life. And the show, in the way it has always done this, makes the return feel like the right thing. Not because Homer's life is clearly better than the rich man's life, but because Homer's life is Homer's life, and you cannot live someone else's life even if it looks better from the outside. You can only live the one that is yours. Season 20, Episode 1, Sex, Pies, and Idiot Scrapes. The first episode of the 20th season, the show's 20th year. An anniversary the show marks implicitly rather than explicitly by continuing. Season 20, Episode 14. In the Name of the Grandfather, the family visits Ireland. The Irish landscape, rendered in the show's visual style, with the specific quality of Irish light and Irish green, has a warmth that location episodes often carry. The pub sequences. The specific culture of Irish pubs, which are different from Moe's Tavern in their relationship to time and to the community they serve. The pub has been there longer. It will be there longer. The pub in Ireland is not owned by a specific man with a specific emotional relationship to his regulars. It is owned by the town. It belongs to everyone who has ever sat in it. Grandpa in Ireland. The sequence where Grandpa's connection to the place is established, not through sentiment but through familiarity, through the specific body memory of a person whose early experience included places like this, and who finds something in the environment that resonates at a level below conscious recognition. Season 21, Episode 10. Once Upon a Time in Springfield. Krusty gets a new co-host, a French princess character named Penelope, voiced by Anne Hathaway. The episode is primarily about the relationship between Krusty and the character of Krusty, between the performer and the performance, between the man who has been doing the same job for 30 years and the job itself. Krusty and Penelope. The specific quality of a collaboration between two people who make each other better, who bring out versions of each other that neither could produce alone. The show gives them this collaboration and then takes it away when the network decides Penelope is too sophisticated for the audience. The loss of the collaboration. The return to the previous state. Krusty without Penelope is Krusty before the collaboration, same as he was but with the knowledge of what the other version was. Season 22, Episode 1. Elementary School Musical. The Summer Camp for Gifted Kids sequences. Lisa at a camp full of people like her, surrounded by others whose intelligence is in the same register, experiencing for the first time the specific relief of a peer group that matches you. The friendships made at the camp. The specific intensity of friendships formed in extraordinary contexts. The way people who are briefly in the same unusual place together become close in ways that the ordinary world does not easily produce. Lisa and her camp friends, knowing they will not see each other after camp, having the conversations of people whose time together is marked from the start. Season 23, Episode 14. At long last leave, the family is expelled from Springfield. The episode handles the expulsion with the specific quality of the thing the show has been building toward and resisting simultaneously for 23 years. The family leaving. The town that expelled the Simpsons. The world outside Springfield. The family drives out. They look back. Springfield recedes in the rear window. The very rare image of the Simpsons outside Springfield. In transit between the world they know and the world they do not. The world they do not know, as it turns out, is called the Outlands. And it is stranger than Springfield, and the episode resolves with the family returning. Of course, they always return. Springfield always takes them back. But the moment of driving away, the rear window view, the town receding. Season 24, Episode 15, Black-Eyed Please. Lisa is bullied by a new student. The bullying sequences have the specific quality the show brings to its most direct treatments of children's social pain. The isolation of the bullied child. The specific way that school, which is supposed to be a community, can produce isolation more efficiently than almost any other environment. And then Lisa's response, which is not submission and not the comedy revenge that most shows would offer, but the more complicated thing the show chooses, understanding. Not forgiving, not accepting, understanding. The specific achievement of seeing behind someone's cruelty to its source and how that seeing changes the relationship to the cruelty without eliminating it. Season 25, Episode 4. YOLO. We discuss this. Homer's bucket list. The specific and personal inventory of things a person wants to have done before they stop being able to do them. The bucket list as portrait. To know what someone wants is to know them in a specific way that other kinds of knowledge do not provide. The things Homer wants, rendered in the show's visual language, are not the things anyone else would want. They are exactly Homer's things. Specific to his experience and his appetite, and his specific version of what the good life looks like. Season 26, Episode 8, Covercraft. Homer forms a cover band. The cover band sequences have the specific quality of people doing someone else's music with genuine love for it. The music belonging to someone else, and also belonging to the people performing it, through the love they bring to the performance. Homer and his bandmates playing other people's songs. The songs are the container. The love for the songs, which produce the desire to play them, is the content. Cover music is always about the love for the original, expressed through the act of reproduction. Homer's band loves the music it covers. The love is visible in the playing. Season 27, Episode 5, Treehouse of Horror.xevi. The segment Wanted, Dead, Then Alive involves Sideshow Bob finally killing Bart and then regretting it. Bob without his purpose. Bob in a Springfield without his mortal enemy. The episode explores what Bob is when he is not trying to kill Bart, which turns out to be not much. Bob's entire identity has been organized around the pursuit of Bart. Without it, he is a man with no project. The sequences of Bob in an empty world, moving through Springfield without his purpose, have the specific quality of a person who has defined themselves by a goal and achieved it and found the achievement hollow. This is a comedy episode. But the specific emptiness of Bob after the killing, the absence of what had given his days their shape, is rendered with real understanding. Season 28, Episode 4, Trust but Clarify. The Krusty episode. The show negotiating Krusty's relationship with his public persona again, which the show returns to periodically, because the question of what the performer is underneath the performance is a question that does not resolve. Season 29, Episode 2, Springfield Splendor. Marge's depression, rendered in the specific visual language of a graphic novel that Lisa creates from Marge's journal. The episode is formally interesting for its use of a visual style distinct from the show's usual look to represent the interior experience of depression, the specific quality of color and shape and line that belongs to the inner landscape when the inner landscape is dark. The graphic novel sequences. Marge's depression rendered visually in a way that is external to the character, but that represents her interior. This is the show finding a formal solution to the problem of depicting inner experience in a visual medium, not to show it directly, but to represent it through the specific visual language of the medium the episode creates for this purpose. Season 30, Episode 6, From Russia Without Love. The online dating subplot. Characters navigating the specific landscape of contemporary romantic search, the algorithms and the profiles and the specific exhaustion of trying to compress yourself into something that fits a format designed for comprehensibility rather than truth. Season 31, Episode 15, Screenless. The family gives up screens. The sequences depicting the family without screens, experiencing the specific quality of unmediated time, of an afternoon with nothing digital in it, with whatever is actually in the room rather than whatever the screen offers as a substitute for whatever is actually in the room, are the show at its most contemporary. What it is like to be in a room without a screen. What is in the room when the screen is off? The people, the objects, the sounds that the screen was covering, the thoughts that the screen was providing an alternative to, the specific quality of an afternoon. Season 32, Episode 12, Uncut Femmes. A heist episode. The heist sequences have the specific energy and visual vocabulary of the heist genre, precise and competent and moving with the logic of a plan being executed. The competence is its own pleasure. Things going as they were intended to go, step fitting into step, the plan revealing itself in action. Season 33, Episode 7, A Serious Flanders, Part 1, The Coen Brothers Parody. Ned in a noir landscape, the show's visual style adapting to the specific visual vocabulary of contemporary prestige television drama, the color desaturation and the deliberate framing, and the quality of menace that the prestige drama mode carries. Ned in this context. Ned's relentless niceness persisting in a genre that rewards cynicism and moral complexity. Ned is neither cynical nor morally complex. He is good. And goodness in the noir landscape has a quality that the genre usually treats with either contempt or tragedy. The show threads this carefully. Season 34, Episode 8, Step Brother from the Same Planet. Lisa's saxophone, mentioned again. The specific continuity of the saxophone across the show's history. Every episode where Lisa plays, she is playing the instrument her father bought her when she needed it. The saxophone and the gift and the father are present every time she plays, invisibly accumulated in the instrument. Season 35 is the most recent full season available as of this narration. The show in its 35th year, still running, still the family in the house, still the couch gag, still the main theme. The show at 35 is the show that has been doing this for 35 years and knows it, and makes something of the knowledge in the episodes themselves. The awareness of duration in the texture of the episodes. The specific warmth of a show that has been doing this long enough to have earned the warmth it produces. The Simpsons at 35 is not The Simpsons of Season 8. The comparison is not useful because the thing being compared has been transformed by time. The show at 35 is a different kind of thing than the show at 8. Not worse, not better, different. The specific difference that duration makes to anything that survives it. A marriage at 35 years is not the same thing as a marriage at 8 years. It contains more in every direction. More love and more conflict and more accommodation and more history and more trust built by surviving what could have ended it. More. The Simpsons at 35 is more of itself than it was at 8, not more in every episode. But more in the accumulated weight of what the archive contains, in the specific depth of 35 years of the same family, in the same house, in the same impossible town. This is the thing you are falling asleep next to tonight. 35 years of a family. All of it stored. All of it available. The family is in the house. You are in your house. The night is quiet, or it has whatever quality your specific night has, and that quality is yours, not the show's. The show is there when you need it. It will be there when you wake. Go to sleep. Section 14. The final quiet. This is the last section. The end of the journey. By now, if this has been working the way it is meant to work, you are very close to sleep or you are already there, and this section is finding you in whatever state you have arrived at. It does not matter which state. This section is appropriate for all of them. If you are asleep, the narration is moving through you at whatever level sleep makes available, which is not nothing. The sleeping mind is receiving. It is always receiving. What it receives, it uses in ways that are not available to the waking mind. Whatever has moved through you tonight, in the hours of this narration, has been taken by the sleeping mind and is being used in ways you will not fully remember. This is fine. This is good. The use is happening whether you are aware of it or not. If you are almost asleep, this section will take you the rest of the way. There is nothing here that requires attention. The words are just words now. Sound shapes moving through the room, company for the edge of sleep without demanding that you engage with them fully. If you are still awake, welcome. This section is for you too. You have held on through a long night in Springfield, through all its strangeness and all its warmth, and you are still here, still with the show, still with the narration. Still in the specific late-night alertness that some people have, the night owlness that makes the late hours feel like the truest hours. The truest hours. This is them. Whatever time it is where you are, these are the truest hours of that night. The hours when the day's performance is definitively over and the next day's performance has not yet begun. The hours that belong entirely to what you actually are. Alone in the quiet, in whatever room you are in, with whatever this means to you. The Simpsons have always been here for these hours. The show has always known who its audience is at 2 in the morning. The tired parent who has finally gotten the baby down. The night shift worker who has come home and is not yet ready to sleep. The insomniac who needs the specific comfort of the familiar. The teenager under the blanket with the volume low in a house where everyone else is asleep, discovering the show for the first time. The 40-year-old who grew up with the show and is coming back to it after years away, finding it exactly as they left it. All of these people, across 36 years, in the specific hours when the world belongs to whoever is still awake. The Simpsons are there. The family is in the house. The couch is in the living room. The television is on. Homer is the specific Homer of whatever episode is playing, and that Homer is the Homer of all the other episodes accumulated. The weight of 36 years of Homer in the specific Homer you are watching right now. This is what long things give you, not just what they are now, all of what they were. The accumulation. The night is very quiet now. Or whatever quality the night has where you are, that quality is settling. The sounds of the house, or the street, or the outside world are at their low point. The temperature is whatever it is. You are in the specific arrangement of yourself that sleep arranges. The family is in the house. They will be there in the morning. Everything you need will be there in the morning. The archive is there, full, complete, containing 36 years of the same family, in the same house, doing the same things in endless variation. You can return to any of it. You can return to Homer the Heretic on a Sunday morning in Springfield with God on the couch. You can return to the desert with the coyote and the voice of Johnny Cash. You can return to the rooftop in October with the B-sharp singing in the autumn light. You can return to Homer above Springfield on the hood of his car, the stars doing what stars do. You can return to Marge in the kitchen on a holiday morning. You can return to the family at the table. You can return to the couch gag, the main theme, the assembly, the beginning of whichever episode comes next. You can always go back. You can always begin again. This is the gift the archive gives. Not just memory, the ability to return. To be in the past again, not as memory, but as presence. The episode plays. Homer is there. The house is the same. The town is the same. Whatever year it is outside your window, inside the episode, it is the year the episode belongs to, which is all years simultaneously, because the floating timeline puts the show in a permanent present tense that belongs to every moment of its history at once. You are there. You have always been there. You will always be there, in the specific sense that the you who was there is preserved in the show the same way the show is preserved in you. The 12-year-old who first watched this show and felt something move through them at El Viaje Misterioso, at the desert and the coyote and the lighthouse and the impossible flatness of a space that was not Springfield, that 12-year-old is there in the episode every time the episode plays. They are there, and you are here, and the episode is there, and Springfield is there, and the family is in the house, and the house is on Evergreen Terrace, and Evergreen Terrace is in Springfield, and Springfield is everywhere. Springfield is where you are right now. It always has been. Good night. Sleep well. The family is in the house. They'll be there when you come back. They always are. That is the whole point. That has always been the whole point. The family, the house, the town, together, warm, still, good night. Narration ends. Extended production notes. Voice direction for the final sections. The narration from section 12 onward should feel physically lower, not quieter in terms of volume, but lower in pitch and register. The voice coming from a place of genuine calm rather than performed calm. If the voice artist has a way of speaking that they use when they are genuinely tired and at rest, this is the voice for these final sections. Breathing. Audible breath between longer paragraphs from section 11 onward. Not dramatic, just present. The breathing of someone who is speaking slowly and from a place of genuine rest. Repetition. The repeated phrases in the final sections, the family is in the house, Springfield is there, they will be there when you come back, should be delivered identically each time. Same pace, same tone, same register. The repetition is the point, the mantra quality. Let it be a mantra. Silence. In the final 2 pages of section 14, consider 3 to 5 seconds of complete silence between each paragraph. Let the silence be part of the narration. Let it do its work. Ending. After the final good night, a minimum of 10 seconds of silence before any music fades in or before the track ends entirely. Let the ending be the ending. Overall length note. This script as written should produce approximately 4 to 5 hours of audio at the recommended pace with music bed. For a longer production, any section from 3 through 8 can be expanded by selecting additional episodes from that section's period and treating them in the same detail as the highlighted episodes. The script is designed for expansion without losing its tonal quality. Section 15. The deep hours everything the dark holds. The dark is full tonight. Not the frightening dark. The other kind. The dark that comes into a room when the last light is off and the eyes have adjusted and what was invisible becomes simply dim, becomes the familiar shapes of the room at rest, becomes the specific quality of the space you are in at the hour when you are most yourself. This is the last section. The real last section, the one that does not end so much as trail off, the way the last hour of the night does not end with the sun coming up all at once but trails off into light, gradually, So gradually, you are not sure at what point the dark became dawn. We are going to move through the last images of Springfield together. Slowly, without urgency, the way you would walk through a place you love at closing time, not wanting it to be over, but accepting that it is, taking the last look at each thing knowing it will be there when you come back, and also knowing that the last look has its own specific quality that the ordinary look does not have. Homer driving to work in the morning. The specific sequence that the show uses in episodes that begin at the start of Homer's workday. The car moving through Springfield. The nuclear plant in the distance, growing larger as Homer approaches. The parking lot. The entrance. The hallways. The time clock. The locker. The hallway to Sector 7. G. Homer at his station. This sequence, which the show repeats dozens of times across 36 seasons, has become one of the most meditative images in American animation by sheer virtue of repetition. By the 20th time you have seen Homer drive to work, the sequence has stopped being narrative and started being rhythm. It has the quality of a daily practice, of something done the same way at the same time every day, its value not in any individual instance but in the accumulated regularity of all of them together. Homer drives to work. He has always driven to work. He will always drive to work. The specific Springfield morning. The specific light of a Springfield morning which has a quality the show has developed across hundreds of establishing shots. The gold and blue of Springfield on a weekday morning, the light at that specific angle that belongs to before 9, the town activating, the early traffic, the Quickie Mart already open, Apu behind the counter, the first customers of the day. Springfield in the morning is a specific kind of beautiful that the show produces almost accidentally in the establishing shots before the episode begins. The camera sweeping down from the sky to the specific establishing angle of whatever location this episode begins in, and in the sweep, the town visible. The layout of it, the neighborhood streets and the commercial district and the school and the church and the plant. The specific arrangement of Springfield as it exists from above, before you are inside any of its specific locations. From above, Springfield is peaceful. From inside, Springfield is always dealing with something. But from above, in the morning, before the episode's specific problems have begun, the town is just the town, going about its business. The business of being a community in a morning. You know this view. You have seen it hundreds of times. The establishing shot of Springfield from above, the camera descending, the episode beginning. By now, this view is in your body, is part of the physical vocabulary of comfort, associated with all the times you have been in the specific state you are in now, the state of beginning to watch an episode, the state of settling in, of being where you are going to be for the next 20 minutes. The view is the beginning of safety, the specific safety of a show you know and trust descending toward you, ready to begin. Descending. Beginning as it always begins. As it has always begun, the couch, the family, the television, the evening, Springfield. There is a quality to the specific image of the Simpsons living room that I want to be precise about, because it is the image you will carry most easily into sleep, the most specific and most warm of the images the show offers. The living room at 742 Evergreen Terrace, the specific color of the walls, the specific green of the sofa, the television, which has updated across the decades from a small tube set to something contemporary, but that always occupies the same position against the same wall. The family in the same arrangement on the same couch. The room is lit in the evening light. The light that comes in from the kitchen and the hallway, the lamp in the corner, the blue light of the television. This is the specific warmth of an evening indoors, of a room where people have gathered to be together in the specific mode of people who do not need to be doing anything, who are simply present together in the same warm space. The family on the couch, in the evening light. This image has been produced hundreds of times in hundreds of episodes. It is the show's most repeated image, and therefore its most accumulated image. Every time you have seen the family on the couch, it has added its weight to the image. By now the image is heavy with all the times it has appeared. Heavy with the specific warmth of every particular evening it has accompanied. The family on the couch, Homer, slightly too large for his portion of the couch. In the specific way Homer occupies furniture that suggests the furniture might not be adequate for him. His arm along the back, his specific posture of settled comfort, the posture of a person who has arrived at the place they intended to be and is not planning to leave it. Marge beside him, her hand on his arm or her hands in her lap. Her posture upright in the way Marge is always upright, the specific quality of attentiveness she brings to everything, including sitting on the couch in the evening. Present, taking in the room. Bart. Some version of his particular restlessness even in stillness. Seated but not quite at rest, the body of someone whose relationship to stillness is always slightly negotiated. His foot somewhere it probably is not supposed to be. His face turned toward the television with the specific quality of attention that Bart brings to television, which is genuine and unguarded in a way his attention to most other things is not. Lisa beside him. The saxophone beside her or on the stand near the door. Her posture, the thoughtful posture of someone who is watching the television but is also always thinking about something additional. The quality of a mind that cannot fully rest even when the body is resting. And Maggie, in someone's arms or on the couch between the others, or in her own specific position among the family. Her pacifier, her enormous eyes, her silence, the five of them together, the evening light, the television on, the room warm. This is the image. This is the one to carry. Not the desert or the CGI dimension or the vision quest. Not the comedy sequences or the guest stars or the cultural satire or the formal experiments. Not the mysteries and the theories and the floating timeline and the radiation and the coma and all the darkness that can be found in the show if you look for it. This. The family on the couch in the evening light. The simple thing. The ordinary thing. The thing that has been happening every Sunday night for 36 years and that will happen again next Sunday and the Sunday after that, as long as the show runs, as long as the family is in the house. And the house is on Evergreen Terrace, and Evergreen Terrace is in Springfield. The simple thing is the whole thing. It has always been the whole thing. The family together, the evening warm, the house holding them, and you wherever you are, in whatever room, in whatever hour, of whatever night this is for you. You, also held, also in the warm, also at rest. The show is on, the family is there, you are here. All of it is fine. All of it is exactly as it should be. Good night from Springfield. Good night from the family, who will be on the couch when you come back, exactly as you left them, warm in the evening light, together in the house. They wait for you. They always wait. They always will. Good night. End of script. Total runtime estimate. 5-6 hours with music and production pacing. Bonus section. The episodes nobody talks about. There are episodes in the Simpsons archive that never make the greatest episodes lists. They were not critical darlings. They do not appear in the clip packages. Nobody quotes them at parties. Nobody has them in their top 10, but they are there. Every one of them is there, and every one of them contains something, at minimum one thing, that the show did with a quality that deserves more attention than it has received. Because the show was running for 36 years, and the standard of what was considered ordinary was always very high, and the episodes that fell below the highest standard are still, in absolute terms, good television produced by people who cared about what they were making. This section is for those episodes, the ones that have been quietly in the archive all along, waiting for the specific quality of attention that only the late hours can provide. Season 4, Episode 17, Last Exit to Springfield, often cited as the greatest episode the show has ever produced. But I want to note it here not for the obvious reasons. The negotiation sequences, the comedy, the dental plan Lisa needs, braces, jokes, all of which deserve every word that has been written about them. I want to note the moment when Homer is negotiating with Burns, alone in Burns's office, the two of them across a desk in the specific confrontation that the episode has been building toward, and Homer says the right thing at exactly the right moment, not because he is smart or strategic, but because his mind is elsewhere, and the right thing comes out because his attention is in a different place. Homer accidentally correct. Homer's distraction producing the exactly correct result. This is the show's most accurate understanding of Homer. Not that he is stupid and gets lucky, but that his particular relationship to the world, the specific way his attention works, produces outcomes that conventional intelligence would not produce. Homer is not lucky. Homer is differently calibrated. Season 5, Episode 8, Boy Scouts and the Hood. Bart joins the junior campers and turns out to enjoy it. The camping sequences, Bart genuinely engaged with something organized and structured and collective, have the specific quality of something the show almost never shows. Bart doing something conventional and finding it genuinely satisfying. Season 6, Episode 22. Round Springfield, Lisa and Bleeding Gums Murphy. The connection between them. The specific quality of the connection between a musician who is very old and a musician who is very young across a meeting that is brief and a loss that happens quickly. The episode is famous for the ending, for the clouds forming into a face and speaking to Lisa. But what stays is the conversation. The two of them, talking about music and about how music lives in you and about what it means to carry something that matters. Season 7, Episode 15. Bart the Fink. Krusty on the Island. We discussed this, but the specific color palette of the island sequences. The turquoise and the gold and the blue that belong to somewhere that is not Springfield. Somewhere the air is different and the light falls at a different angle. Season 8, Episode 22. In Marge We Trust. Marge becomes a counselor at the Springfield church. The episode is primarily comic, but Marge's gift for listening, for being fully present with people in the specific way that good listeners are fully present, is the episode's real subject. The people who come to talk to Marge come because she is there. Not because she has training or authority or expertise. Because she is there and she listens and she does not turn away. This is Marge's actual gift. The show has always understood this, and this episode states it most directly. Marge as the person who is simply present when you need someone to be present. Season 9, Episode 18. This Little Wiggy. Ralph Wiggum and Bart become friends. Ralph is the show's great innocent, the character whose relationship to the normal logic of Springfield is so thoroughly his own that he exists in a kind of perpetual present tense where all things are equally real or equally unreal. Ralph, seeing things. Ralph having feelings that he reports with complete sincerity and no apparent irony. Ralph's emotional openness, which is not vulnerability in the strategic sense, but simply the natural state of a person who has not been conditioned to manage or conceal their inner life. The friendship between Ralph and Bart, between the school's least socially competent child and its most socially precocious, has the specific warmth of an unexpected friendship. The kind that happens when two people who have no reason to like each other find in actual proximity that they do. Season 10, Episode 21. Monty Can't Buy Me Love. Burns tries to become beloved by the public. The episode is satire. But the sequence where Burns, having tried all the conventional means of manufacturing public affection, simply goes out into Springfield and is himself, is the show's one moment of suggesting that Burns might be capable of genuine, unmanaged interaction with other people. He is not good at it. He does not know how to be himself around people who are not afraid of him. But the attempt is real. He wants to be liked. The specific sadness of a person who has so thoroughly weaponized every interaction over such a long life that they no longer know how to interact without the weapon is Burns's specific sadness. Season 12, Episode 2. A Tale of Two Springfields. Springfield divides into two towns along the 636 area code line. The episode is primarily comic, but the two Springfield sequences, each half of the town becoming more like itself in the absence of the moderating influence of the other half, have the specific quality of a thought experiment. What happens to a community when you remove the people who were providing the friction that kept it calibrated? Season 13, Episode 9. Jaws wired shut. Homer's jaw is wired shut after an accident. Unable to speak, Homer becomes a better listener. The episode is primarily comic, but the sequences where Homer is genuinely listening, where the inability to speak has removed his usual tendency to manage the conversation toward himself, are the show's most direct examination of what happens when Homer is forced to be present to other people rather than to his own running monologue. Homer listening. The specific quality of Homer's face when he is genuinely attending to what someone else is saying. It is different from his face when he is waiting for them to finish. The difference is visible. The show renders it precisely. Season 15, Episode 5. The Fat and the Furriest. Homer fights a bear. The bear sequences in the wild have a quality of the natural world that the show usually accesses only in Springfield's parks and backyards and the occasional camping episode. The bear is genuinely large. Its movements have a quality that the show's rendering of humans and Springfield residents does not have. The specific quality of something that is operating entirely on its own terms, without any relationship to the social logic of Springfield. The bear is not in Springfield's story. It is in its own story. The episode passes through the edge of the bear's story without entering it. Season 16, Episode 8. Homer and Ned's Hail Mary Pass. Sports celebrities appear. The episode is primarily comic, but the sequences where Ned is placed in a position to use his faith publicly, to make faith visible in a context where it is usually kept private, have the specific quality of the show's ongoing examination of Ned, a man whose entire interior life is organized around something that the world around him usually receives with at best polite indifference and at worst active contempt. Ned making his faith visible. The specific vulnerability of saying the true thing about yourself in public. Season 17, Episode 7. The Last of the Red Hat Mamas. Marge joins a women's social club. The club sequences have the specific quality of organized female friendship, which is different from the male friendship of Moe's Tavern in its relationship to activity. The women have a structure. They do things together. The friendship is organized around shared purpose rather than shared presence. The sequences where Marge navigates the social dynamics of the club, trying to fit into a structure that is not quite her natural shape, have the precision the show brings to Marge's social discomfort. Marge is good at many things and not particularly good at group dynamics, which is the specific social skill that club membership requires. Season 18, Episode 14. Yokel Chords. Cletus's children, temporarily in the care of Dr. Robert, receive a formal education. The sequences of Cletus's children encountering formal knowledge for the first time have the specific quality of learning moments in the show's best episodes. The genuine surprise of something that was unknown becoming known, the specific expansion of the world that happens when information arrives that rearranges your understanding of something that was previously fixed. Season 19, Episode 10. E. Pluribus Wiggum. Springfield holds a presidential primary. The election sequences are primarily satire. But the moment where Ralph Wiggum becomes a candidate, and the town considers this without immediately dismissing it, because Ralph, in his specific innocence and non-ideology, is not obviously worse than the available alternatives, is the episode's best observation. Ralph as candidate. Ralph's platform, which consists of things he wants and feelings he has, offered without strategy. Ralph not trying to win, exactly. Ralph simply being Ralph in the context of an election. Season 20, Episode 18. Father Knows Worst. Homer tries too hard to help Bart and Lisa. The helicopter parenting sequences have the specific precision the show brings to Homer's parenting when Homer is trying correctly, but in the wrong register. Homer's effort is real. The effort's effect is the opposite of what he intended. The good intention producing the wrong outcome. The love that misses because it is calibrated to what Homer needed rather than to what his children need. Homer trying to give his children what he wished he had, not noticing that what they need is something else. Season 21, Episode 14. Postcards from the Wedge. Bart manipulates Homer and Marge against each other. The manipulation sequences are handled with the show's characteristic precision about Bart's intelligence. Bart is not academically intelligent. He is socially and strategically intelligent, which is a different thing, and his management of his parents' conflict with the specific goal of reducing his own supervision is the best version of this intelligence. The specific competence of knowing how to manage the people around you, knowing which lever to pull, knowing how to read the room. Bart at 10 has this skill more developed than Homer has it at 38. The show does not underline this but makes it visible. Season 22, Episode 22. The Bob Next Door. Sideshow. Bob transfers his face to another man and moves in next door. The episode is primarily comic horror. But the face transfer sequences, the specific visual horror of an unfamiliar face on a familiar body and a familiar face on an unfamiliar body, has a quality of genuine uncanny that the comedy around it does not fully diffuse. What makes a person recognizable? If the face changes, is the person still the person? The episode plays this as a prank and a horror gag, but the question underneath is real. Season 23, Episode 22, Lisa Goes Gaga. Lady Gaga visits Springfield. The celebrity episode. But the sequence where Lady Gaga, encountering Springfield's residents one by one, finds in each of them the specific sadness they carry, and responds to each with the specific form of warmth that each one needs, is the episode's most affecting thing. Lady Gaga as the person who sees what each person needs and gives it to them. Not because she has any special insight into these specific people, but because she pays attention. Because she actually looks at who is in front of her and responds to what she sees. The attention, the specific form of love that is just paying attention, being actually present with the person in front of you. Season 24, Episode 22, The Saga of Carl. Carl has a secret about his Icelandic heritage. The Iceland sequences, Springfield's most unusual location episode, have the specific visual quality of a landscape entirely unlike Springfield. Volcanic and ancient and vast and cold and composed of geological time in a way that Springfield, whose history extends back a few decades at most, cannot imagine. Springfield is new, Iceland is old. The confrontation between the Springfield characters and the Icelandic landscape is the confrontation between a culture organized around the very recent and a landscape organized around the very long ago. Carl at home in Iceland. Carl finding something there that he did not find in Springfield, a continuity with something before him, an understanding of where he came from that the Springfield present could not provide. The root, the specific human need to understand where you come from. Season 25, Episode 21. PayPal. Homer meets an online friend in person. The transition from online friendship to actual friendship, the gap between the person you know through text and the person who arrives in the room, is the episode's subject. The online friend and the real person are both real. They are also different. The transition requires adjustment. Season 26, Episode 22. Orange is the new yellow. Marge is sent to prison for allowing Bart to play unsupervised. The prison sequences are primarily comic, but the sequence where Marge, initially terrified of the prison environment, finds in it a community of women who are more honest with each other than the women of Springfield usually are, has the quality of an unexpected discovery, the place you would least choose containing something you needed, the honest community, the people who have nothing to manage around each other, who are all here in the same place through the same process of having arrived here, and who have therefore given up the performance and settled into the actual. Season 27, Episode 12. Much Apu about something. Apu's nephew takes over the Quickie Mart and modernizes it. The conflict between the Quickie Mart as it has been for 30 years and the Quickie Mart as something contemporary is the conflict between the specific Springfield of 1990 and the specific Springfield of now. The episode navigates this without easy resolution because the resolution is not easy. Things change, including the things you love, and the change is both loss and continuation. Season 28, Episode 7. Havana Wild Weekend. The family goes to Cuba. The Cuba sequences have the visual quality of a place organized around different values than Springfield is organized around. Older, slower, the specific warmth of the Caribbean and the specific quality of a culture that has maintained its particular character through external pressure that would have dissolved most things. Season 29, Episode 5. Treehouse of Horror ZX Vite. The segment, Homer is the most formally unusual Treehouse segment since Homer 3. Homer eats himself. The sequence of Homer consuming his own flesh and finding it delicious and continuing to do so despite the obvious consequences has the quality of an idea pushed past the point of comfort into the territory of genuine surrealism. The image of Homer reduced by his own appetites, consumed by the thing he loves, is a visual metaphor the show has been building toward for 30 years and delivers here in the most literal possible form. Season 30, Episode 22. I'm Just a Girl Who Can't Say Dough. The family vacation sequences. Any episode where the Simpson family is on vacation contains, in its establishing shots of whatever location they have traveled to, the specific quality of Springfield people outside Springfield. They carry Springfield with them. The specific way the family relates to each other, their dynamics, their rhythms, travel with them unchanged. Springfield, wherever the Simpsons go, you carry your home with you. The family together, in a new place, and the new place receiving them, and the family being who they are in it. This is the final image of this final section. The family, wherever they are, being who they are. Together, warm. Your family, wherever you are, being who you are. Together, warm. The night is doing what nights do. The morning will do what mornings do. And in between, in the specific country of these hours, you have been in Springfield. You have always been welcome there. You will always be welcome there. Good night. That is everything. Good night.